It began with a contradiction with young men from quiet northern towns, from the cold fjords of Norway and the wind-burned shores of Denmark, who grew up beneath skies filled with seabirds and storms, not smoke and artillery. They were fishermen, mechanics, clerks, farm sons, restless, idealistic, convinced by propaganda that the world was dividing into darkness and light. They were told that Europe needed saving, and that they were the chosen ones to defend it. The SS called them the Nordland Division, Scandinavian volunteers who signed up not because Germany was their homeland, but because someone convinced them that destiny was. They believed they were protecting Europe from Bolshevism. They believed they were fighting for a noble cause. They were wrong. The Eastern Front does not care about dreams. It swallows them. Recruitment offices in Copenhagen and Oslo filled with posters showing proud young soldiers standing against a rising red tide. The SS offered purpose, adventure, brotherhood. They promised that the Nordland Division would be something purer than war, a crusade. Many volunteers were barely out of adolescence, with more patriotism than judgment. They swore an oath, not to their homeland, not to their people, but to Adolf Hitler himself. They crossed borders willingly, believing they were joining an elite force that would defend Europe. But once enlisted, they entered a world where questions were unwelcome and hesitation was treated as weakness. Training broke them down. Indoctrination rebuilt them. Discipline hardened them. Within months, the young men who once traded jokes across cafes now marched in black uniforms, learning to strip away individuality and replace it with obedience. When they boarded trains heading east, they sang songs of victory. They still believed they were part of something heroic. The Eastern Front destroyed that illusion in a single winter. Their first real baptism of fire came in the swamps and forests around Leningrad, where artillery thundered without pause and the cold could kill faster than bullets. The city was besieged, slowly starved beneath a ring of fire and ice. The Nordland Division was thrown into the storm, mud freezing around boots, rifles jamming with frost, bodies disappearing into snowdrifts that became unmarked graves. Soviet attacks came at night with sudden ferocity, soldiers charging through darkness with bayonets and grenades, forcing the Nordland men to fight hand-to-hand inside shattered trenches and burned-out factories. Every hour brought a new assault. Every assault took another piece of their youth. Their idealism did not die in a moment. It died slowly, one friend at a time. In the following months, they defended river crossings, villages reduced to splinters, and crude bunker lines carved into frozen mud. They won ground at dawn, only to lose it by dusk. They watched civilians flee with everything they owned carried in their arms. The world they thought they were protecting was not grateful. It was broken. And yet, the Nordland Division pushed on. By the final year of the war, Hitler transferred them to the Balkans, where the division fought in Croatia and Slovenia. Anti-Partisan operations blurred the line between combat and brutality, between soldier and executioner. The propaganda that once promised honour now demanded compliance. The volunteers who once believed they were defending Europe now burned villages they could not pronounce. And then came Berlin. In the spring of 1945, the Nordland Division was ordered into the collapsing capital, defending the last ruins of a dying empire. They fought in the subway tunnels and streets, in shattered neighbourhoods where every building had become a fortress and every intersection a kill zone. Tanks burned like torches against the night. Artillery lit the sky red. Soviet forces closed in from every direction, thousands upon thousands, an ocean of steel washing over, the skeleton of the Reich. Inside those ruins, the Nordland soldiers faced their final truth. They were not heroes. They were not defenders of Europe. They were the last pawns of a regime that never cared whether they lived or died. When Berlin fell, very few survived. History remembers manpower, statistics, battle maps, and casualty estimates, but it often forgets the human tragedy, the young men who traded their futures for a lie. The Nordland Division is not a story of valour. It is a story of youth, weaponized, belief manipulated, and idealism betrayed. Tonight, we return to that world, to the frozen trenches outside Leningrad, to the burning streets of Berlin. to the moment when Scandinavian volunteers learned that propaganda is easy to believe until the bullets arrive. This is the entire history of the SS Nordland Division, not a legend of Vikings, not a tale of honor, but a warning about how ideology can seduce, consume, and destroy. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you right now? I like to imagine the exact moment you press play. Maybe you are lying in bed in the dark. Maybe you are relaxing after a long day. Maybe you are somewhere else entirely, but you are here. And if these long, quiet journeys into the past help you unwind, think deeply, or fall asleep a little easier, consider subscribing. It lets me know that someone out there values slow, meaningful storytelling, and it keeps me motivated to return and create the next chapter for you. April 20th, 1940, Copenhagen, Denmark. The hall at Forum smells of cigarette smoke and nervous sweat. 200 Danish men, most of them young, sit in wooden chairs listening to a middle-aged man in a dark uniform promise them glory. Fritz Clausen, leader of the Danmarks National Socialistisk Arbejderparti, speaks with the fervor of a preacher and the calculation of a recruiter. He tells them that history is calling, that the Nordic race has a destiny, that they can be crusaders rather than bystanders. Some men lean forward, eyes bright with something between hope and hunger. Others sit with arms crossed, skeptical but curious enough to stay. Outside, Denmark has been occupied for exactly 10 days. This is the moment when ideology transforms into action. These are not soldiers yet, they are students, clerks, factory workers, farmers' sons. They have no training, no uniforms, no real understanding of what waits for them in the East. But they have something more dangerous than preparation. They have conviction. Within weeks, dozens of these men will sign enlistment papers, swearing oaths to a foreign power, volunteering for an organization that will become synonymous with humanity's darkest chapter. They believe they are defending Nordic civilization. They believe they are preventing Bolshevik conquest. They believe that racial kinship matters more than national borders. History will judge them as traitors, collaborators, war criminals. But on this April afternoon in Copenhagen, they believe they are heroes waiting to be born. The question that haunts this story is simple and impossible. Why? Why would thousands of Scandinavians, citizens of countries either occupied or neutral, voluntarily join the Waffen-SS? Why would they fight for Nazi Germany when they had no obligation to do so, when many had to actively circumvent their own governments to enlist? The answer reveals uncomfortable truths about ideology, identity, and the seductive power of belonging to something larger than yourself. It also reveals that the Second World War's moral landscape was more complex than the clean narratives we prefer. These volunteers were not mindless automatons or coerced conscripts. They made choices, and those choices would echo across generations. Oslo, Norway, summer of 1941. Bjørn Østring is 22 years old and angry at his father. The argument has been building for weeks, conducted in tense silence over dinner tables and erupting in the hallway of their modest Oslo home. Bjørn's father, a school teacher with social democrat sympathies, has called his son's decision madness, betrayal, suicide. Bjørn has called his father a coward, a defeatist, blind to the real threat facing Europe. Now, standing in the entrance to a German recruitment office on Karl Johansgate, Bjørn holds enlistment papers in hands that shake slightly, not from fear, but from the enormity of what he is about to do. He is not being forced. No one is threatening his family. He is walking through this door because he believes that Soviet Russia represents an existential threat to Norwegian identity, to Nordic culture, to everything he has been taught to value. He believes the Germans, despite the occupation, despite the violence of April 1940, are the lesser evil. He signs his name with the careful precision of someone trying to convince himself, Bjørn. Østring is not alone. Between 1940 and 1945, approximately 6,000 Norwegian men will volunteer for Waffen-SS service. Another 6,000 Danes will make the same choice. Even neutral Sweden, officially uninvolved in the conflict, will see roughly 300 of its citizens cross borders illegally to join German forces. These numbers matter because they represent individual decisions multiplied across thousands of households, thousands of families torn apart by ideology. This was not mass conscription. This was not desperate survival. This was voluntary enlistment driven by a toxic mixture of anti-communism, fascist sympathy, Nordic racial theories, and the seductive promise of martial glory. The profile of these volunteers reveals patterns that complicate easy dismissal. Approximately 40% came from working-class backgrounds, factory workers, labourers, men who had suffered through the Depression and blamed their suffering on communists and Jews. Another 35% were students or white-collar workers, educated men who had absorbed fascist ideology through university clubs, reading groups, political movements that predated the war. 25% came from farming communities, rural areas, where traditional values and suspicion of urban leftist politics ran deep. They were not society's outcasts or criminals seeking refuge. They were ordinary men radicalized by extraordinary times, men who believed the propaganda, men who thought they understood history's arc and wanted to be on the winning side. Stockholm, Sweden. A basement cafe. Winter of 1942. The meeting is technically illegal. Sweden is neutral, and Swedish law prohibits its citizens from serving in foreign militaries during wartime. But the 8 men gathered in this cramped basement room have already decided that laws matter less than loyalty to an idea. They speak in low voices, even though the cafe owner is sympathetic, even though Swedish authorities have shown little interest in enforcing this particular statute. Erik Wallen, a 24-year-old engineering student from Uppsala, explains how he plans to cross into Norway under cover of darkness, using contacts in the Norwegian Nazi Party to reach German recruitment centres. Others nod, taking notes, asking practical questions about documentation and border patrol schedules. No one discusses ideology now that has already been settled in previous meetings. Tonight is about logistics. Tonight is about transforming theoretical commitment into actual movement. The Swedish volunteers represent the war's strangest paradox. Their country is not occupied. Their government is not collaborating. They face no pressure, no occupation, army forcing choices. Yet 300 Swedish men will find ways to join the SS, travelling through Norway or Denmark, using false papers or bribing border guards. Swedish authorities will track them, security services maintain detailed files, noting names and units, but will prosecute almost none during the war itself. This is neutrality as performance art. Sweden knows its citizens are fighting for Germany, maintains plausible deniability, and quietly allows the blood to flow in directions that keep Sweden itself safe. Post-war, only 6 Swedish SS volunteers will face trial, receiving sentences measured in months rather than years. The message is clear. Choosing the wrong side is forgivable if your country officially chose no side at all. But the volunteers themselves do not think in terms of forgiveness or judgment. They think in terms of crusade. The ideological framework that draws them to German recruitment offices is surprisingly consistent across Scandinavian borders. They believe in Nordic racial superiority, a pseudo-scientific mythology that places Scandinavians at the pinnacle of Germanic peoples. They believe that Bolshevism represents an existential threat not just to nations, but to Nordic identity itself. They believe that Jews manipulate communist movements to destroy European civilization. These are not fringe beliefs in 1940s Scandinavia. These ideas have circulated in mainstream political discourse, in universities, in newspapers. Fascist parties exist openly in Norway and Denmark. Nordic racial theories have academic respectability. The volunteers are extremists in their willingness to act, but the ideas themselves are depressingly normal. Sennheim, Alsace, December of 1941. The train from Copenhagen arrives in early morning darkness. The men who disembark are no longer civilians. They have been issued temporary uniforms, given basic paperwork, told they are now part of SS Regiment Nordland. But they still look like what they were a week ago. Shopkeepers, students, farmhands, playing dress-up. The German instructors waiting on the platform see this immediately. Drill sergeants bark orders in German that half the volunteers barely understand. The Norwegians and Danes are separated, formed into training companies, marched to barracks that are clean but cold. This is Sennheim, the SS training depot in Alsace, where ideology will be hammered into military reality. The volunteers have 6 months to become soldiers. They have 6 months to learn that war is not glorious. The training is brutal by design. The SS does not want ordinary soldiers, it wants fanatics hardened by discipline. The Scandinavian volunteers face the same regimen as German recruits. Dawn marches with full equipment, endless drill in parade formations, weapons training that assumes no prior knowledge, political indoctrination lectures that reinforce racial theories and anti-communist hatred. Many volunteers arrive believing their Nordic heritage grants them natural martial superiority. The instructors, battle-hardened Germans who view these foreigners with skepticism, work systematically to destroy that pride and rebuild it as unit cohesion. Weakness is punished. Mistakes are corrected with physical consequences. The message is relentless. You are nothing alone, everything as part of the collective. Letters home from Sennheim reveal the psychological transformation beginning to take hold. One Norwegian volunteer writes to his mother, "They treat us harder than I expected, but I understand why. We are being forged into something stronger than we were." A Danish recruit complains to a friend, "The Germans do not see us as equals, no matter what the propaganda says. We must prove ourselves twice over." These letters, intercepted and filed by military censors, show men caught between the ideology that brought them here and the reality of being foreign volunteers in a German-dominated organization. They are learning that Nordic brotherhood is a pleasant myth that matters less than German command structure. They are learning that volunteering for a crusade means surrendering your individual will to someone else's vision. They are learning that they have chosen to become tools. By spring of 1942, the first trained companies of SS Regiment Nordland are declared combat ready. They will be attached to the SS Division Viking, a multinational formation built around the idea of pan-Germanic cooperation. The Nordland Regiment will form one component alongside Dutch, Flemish, and German units. The volunteers believe they are going to fight communism. They believe they will defend European civilization. They have no concept of the Eastern Front's reality. They have trained in Alsace, where winter means cold, rain, and mud. They are about to experience Ukraine, where winter means death. The ideological ecosystem that produced these volunteers did not emerge spontaneously in 1940. It was built over decades through a complex network of political movements, racial theories, and anti-communist paranoia. In Norway, Vidkun Quisling's Nasjonal Samling Party had been promoting fascist ideology since 1933, attracting members who believed parliamentary democracy was weak and ineffective. In Denmark, the DNSAP had created similar infrastructure, building a base of supporters who saw Nazi Germany as a model rather than a threat. Even in Sweden, organizations like the Swedish National Socialist Party circulated ideas about Nordic racial purity and the Bolshevik menace. These movements were small. Nasjonal Samling never won more than 2% in free elections, but they were loud, organized, and effective at recruiting young men hungry for meaning and purpose. The volunteers also operated within broader European contexts that normalized collaboration. France had its Legion of French volunteers against Bolshevism. Belgium provided thousands of soldiers to SS divisions. The Netherlands sent tens of thousands to German military service. The Scandinavian volunteers were part of a continent-wide phenomenon, men choosing to fight for Nazi Germany not because they were conquered, but because they believed in the cause. This makes them qualitatively different from conscripts or men coerced by occupation. They walked into recruitment offices. They signed papers. They swore oaths. They chose. Understanding this choice does not mean excusing it, but it does mean recognizing that humans are capable of voluntarily embracing evil when that evil is packaged as virtue. The Scandinavian volunteers believed they were defending their homelands by fighting far from home. They believed racial theories that placed them in a hierarchy of worth. They believed communist victory would mean cultural extinction. These beliefs were wrong, morally, factually, prophetically wrong. But they were sincerely held, and sincere belief in monstrous ideas makes those ideas more dangerous, not less. Approximately 18,000 Scandinavian men would volunteer for various forms of SS or Wehrmacht service during the war. Not all joined the Nordland Division, but all made similar calculations, similar choices. They left behind families, jobs, futures. Some would never return, killed in Russia, buried in unmarked graves, names forgotten. Others would survive to face prosecution, imprisonment, social ostracism. A few would escape justice entirely, living out their lives in Germany or South America, maintaining to their deaths that they had made the right choice. But on that April day in Copenhagen, in that summer afternoon in Oslo, in that winter night in Stockholm, they were just men making decisions they believed were righteous. The road to hell is paved with volunteers who thought they were building heaven. October 17th, 1941, the Mias River, Ukraine. The Norwegian lieutenant cannot feel his fingers anymore. He has been lying in this muddy depression for 3 hours, watching Soviet positions across the brown water, waiting for orders that make sense. His platoon, 42 men, when they left the staging area this morning, is now 31. The missing 11 are not all dead. Some are wounded, dragged back to aid stations by comrades who may or may not make it themselves. But several are definitely dead, including the Feldwebel from Hamburg, who was supposed to be teaching them how to fight. That man's head had simply ceased to exist when the Soviet sniper's bullet struck. One moment he was pointing toward enemy trenches, the next moment he was a corpse falling sideways, spraying the Norwegian volunteers with blood and brain matter. No one had screamed. They had all been too shocked. This is the reality of the Eastern Front in autumn of 1941. This is what the ideology did not prepare them for. The SS Regiment Nordland has been in combat for exactly 3 weeks, attached to the SS Division Viking, as part of Army Group South's drive toward Rostov. The volunteers came east, expecting a glorious crusade against Bolshevism. They found instead industrial-scale slaughter conducted in conditions that beg a description. The mud is not the mud they knew from Scandinavia. This is black Ukrainian clay that sucks boots off feet, that stops vehicles, that turns every movement into exhausting struggle. The cold is not yet the killing cold of deep winter, but it is already cold enough to make wounded men die faster, to make the healthy men's hands shake when they try to load rifles, to make sleep impossible even when exhaustion demands it. The Soviets are not the demoralized rabble that German propaganda promised. They fight with suicidal determination, counterattacking into machine gun fire, holding positions until they are literally overrun. Soviet artillery is crude but effective, saturating areas with shells that tear men apart without discrimination. Soviet snipers are invisible and patient, picking off anyone who shows leadership or exposes himself for more than seconds. The Norwegian lieutenant has learned to stop standing upright, stop pointing, stop doing anything that marks him as an officer. He has learnt that rank means you die first. He has learnt that the war he volunteered for is nothing like the war he found. The Mias Front, October through December 1941, is where Scandinavian idealism dies. SS Division Viking, including its Nordland Regiment, faces the Soviet 9th Army across a frozen river line south of Rostov. The mission is to hold defensive positions while other German units attempt to encircle Soviet forces. It is not the grand offensive the volunteers imagined. It is static warfare in deteriorating weather, trading casualties for meaningless ground. Each day follows the same pattern. Artillery exchanges at dawn, probing attacks by Soviet infantry, German counterfire, occasional close combat when Soviet troops breach wire obstacles, medics screaming for stretcher bearers, officers counting losses and requesting replacements that will not come. The statistics are devastating. In the first 3 months of Eastern Front combat, SS Division Viking suffers 1,800 casualties. The Nordland Regiment, as one component of the division, loses approximately 300 men, killed, wounded, or missing. For a regiment that arrived with roughly 2,000 effectives, this represents a 15% casualty rate in 90 days. The mathematics are simple and horrifying. At this rate, the entire regiment will be casualties within a year. The survivors do their own calculations, realizing that their chances of seeing 1942 alive are diminishing with each frozen morning. November 24th, 1941. near Rostov-on-Don. The Battle of Rostov begins before dawn, with a Soviet artillery barrage that makes previous bombardments seem gentle. The Nordland Regiment holds positions on the southern approach to the city, dug into frozen earth, sheltering in bunkers that provide minimal protection against heavy shells. The Soviet attack comes in waves first, artillery, then infantry masses that seem endless, then tanks, supporting the infantry breakthrough attempts. The German defenders, including the Scandinavian volunteers, fight with increasing desperation. Ammunition runs low. Communications break down, units become isolated. The careful defensive plans dissolve into chaos measured in meters of ground traded for bodies. A Danish volunteer named Søren Kam, who will survive the war and become one of the most wanted SS fugitives, later describes Rostov as the moment he understood what the Eastern Front meant. "We had been soldiers for months," he writes in a post-war account, "but we had not understood war. At Rostov, we learned. War is not tactics or strategy. War is watching your friends die in ways you cannot prevent. War is making choices where every option ends in someone's death. War is realizing that courage and cowardice are luxuries. You act or you freeze, and freezing kills you faster." The battle lasts 4 days. The Germans, including Nordland, hold, initially inflicting massive casualties on attacking Soviet forces. But the Soviets have more men, more tanks, more willingness to trade losses for objectives. On November 28th, German forces receive orders to withdraw. This is humiliating for troops who have been indoctrinated to believe in German invincibility and Nordic martial superiority. They retreat through Rostov streets, harassed by Soviet pursuers, leaving their dead behind because there is no time for burial details. The Nordland Regiment has lost 300 men in 4 days. One company of Danish volunteers numbers 27 effectives from an original strength of 130. The winter of 1941 to 1942 breaks men in ways combat alone cannot. The temperatures plunge to minus 35 Celsius, sometimes reaching minus 42 Celsius on the worst nights. The German military, convinced of quick victory, has not prepared for winter warfare. Standard uniforms provide inadequate insulation. Boots are designed for temperate climates. Winter equipment is in chronically short supply. The Scandinavian volunteers, supposedly adapted to cold climates by racial heritage and cultural background, discover that Nordic winters are nothing like Ukrainian winters. Growing up in Oslo or Copenhagen does not prepare you for sleeping in frozen mud with inadequate clothing while Soviet artillery searches for your position. Frostbite becomes as dangerous as enemy fire. Men lose fingers and toes to cold injury, reducing combat effectiveness without a single shot fired. Field hospitals fill with cases of exposure, pneumonia, trench foot. The volunteers who joined believing in Nordic superiority learn that Soviet troops, equipped with padded jackets and felt boots, adapted to winter conditions, are far better prepared for this environment. The racial theories that brought them east prove useless against temperature and wind. Biology does not care about ideology. Cold kills anyone regardless of supposed racial advantages. The psychological toll compounds the physical suffering. Letters home, when they can be written, reveal growing despair. One Norwegian volunteer writes, "We were told we would save Europe from communism. Now, I would trade all of Europe for dry socks and hot food." Another Danish soldier writes to his family, "Do not believe what they tell you about the war in the East. This is not glory. This is survival. Every day I survive is a miracle I do not deserve." These letters, intercepted by military censors, are never delivered. The families waiting in Scandinavia receive only sanitized communications, assuring them that their sons and brothers are fine, that morale is high, that victory is certain. The gap between official narrative and ground truth has become an unbridgeable chasm. Christmas of 1941 arrives without celebration. The Nordland Regiment is holding defensive positions south of the Maas River, dug into frozen ground, rationing ammunition and food. There are no decorations, no special meals, no respite from the grinding routine of survival. Some men try to mark the holiday. A Danish volunteer produces a harmonica and plays Christmas carols in a bunker, the sound thin and melancholy in the frozen air. Others simply endure, too exhausted for sentiment. An officer attempts to boost morale by reminding them why they volunteered, why their sacrifice matters. The speech falls flat. The men are past ideology now. They are thinking about warmth, about food, about whether they will survive another week. On Christmas night, Soviet artillery conducts a harassment barrage, shells landing randomly across German positions, killing 3 Norwegian volunteers and wounding 7 more. It is not even a real attack, just the Soviets reminding the Germans that the front never sleeps, that safety is an illusion. The bodies are frozen solid within hours, too hard to bury in the frozen earth. They are stacked like cordwood behind the lines, waiting for spring thaw. This is how men die in Ukraine in winter. Suddenly, randomly, without meaning or glory. They die because a Soviet gun crew decided to fire at a map coordinate. They die because they were standing in the wrong place at the wrong moment. They die, and the war continues without noticing. By January of 1942, the Nordland Regiment has been shattered and rebuilt twice. The original volunteers who arrived in autumn are now a minority in their own units. Replacements have arrived from training depots, Germans, more Scandinavians, a few ethnic Germans from occupied territories. The new men look at the veterans with a mixture of awe and fear. The veterans look at the new men and see corpses that have not yet fallen. This is the calculus of attrition warfare. Experienced soldiers are replaced by inexperienced ones. Unit effectiveness degrades, casualties increase. The cycle perpetuates. The Nordland Regiment is becoming something different from what it was, no longer a pure volunteer formation of ideological true believers, but a standard military unit doing standard military things, which means suffering and dying for objectives that matter to distant commanders. The survivors are changed men. They no longer discuss ideology in bunkers. They no longer debate the finer points of Nordic racial theory or the dangers of Bolshevism. They discuss practical matters. Which Soviet positions have heavy machine guns? Which approach routes have been mined? Which aid stations have morphine? Which officers get their men killed through incompetence? They have learned to identify the sound of incoming artillery by the shell's whistle, to distinguish Soviet rockets from conventional guns, to know when to take cover and when to run. They have learned to sleep through shelling, to eat food of dubious origin without questioning it, to function on 3 hours of sleep in 48-hour periods. They have become soldiers in the worst sense of the word, men who survive by accepting horror as normal. The idealism that brought them to Ukraine is not completely dead. It will resurface periodically, usually when officers need to motivate men for dangerous operations. But it has been fundamentally compromised by experience. The volunteers learned that Soviet soldiers are not subhuman. They are humans who fight well, sometimes better than Germans. They learned that racial theories do not stop bullets or predict tactical outcomes. They learned that suffering is distributed without regard to ideology, that good Nazis and lukewarm volunteers die at identical rates. Most importantly, they learned that their choices have consequences they never imagined. By volunteering for the SS, by coming to Ukraine, they have placed themselves in an industrial killing machine that will consume most of them before the war ends. February 1942, a field hospital near Taganrog. A young Norwegian volunteer lies on a cot, his right foot amputated above the ankle due to frostbite. He is 20 years old. He volunteered 8 months ago believing he would defend Nordic civilization. Instead, he will go home, missing a foot, unable to work his family's farm, dependent on others for basic tasks. He stares at the ceiling and tries to understand how he arrived at this point. The morphine makes thinking difficult, but certain facts are undeniable. He chose this. He walked into a recruitment office in Oslo. He signed papers. He swore an oath. Everything that followed the training, the deployment, the combat, the cold, the amputation flows from that choice. He cannot blame anyone else. He cannot claim he did not know. He volunteered. In the bed next to him, a Danish soldier is dying from a stomach wound. The man has been dying for 3 days, slowly, because there are not enough surgeons and his case is not priority. He moans constantly. a low sound that never stops, that burrows into the Norwegian's consciousness. Eventually, the moaning stops. The Norwegian turns his head and sees that the Dane is dead. Eyes open, mouth frozen, in an expression of relief or despair. It is impossible to tell which. A medic comes, checks for pulse, pulls a blanket over the face, makes a notation on a clipboard. The body will be removed later. The cot will be filled by another wounded man within hours. This is how the Eastern Front processes human beings. Efficiently, without sentiment, converting volunteers into casualties, into corpses, into statistics. The Norwegian volunteer will be evacuated to Germany, processed through the medical system, eventually sent home to Norway. He will face prosecution for serving in the SS, receiving a prison sentence that will be suspended due to his disability. He will live another 40 years, always walking with a cane, always carrying the memory of Ukraine. But he will never speak about what he experienced. When asked, he will say only, "I was young," and "stupid. I believed lies." He will not elaborate. He will not explain which lies. He means the Nazi propaganda, the racial theories, the promise of glory, the assumption that volunteering for a crusade meant something noble. Perhaps he means all of it. Perhaps he cannot separate the lies anymore, cannot identify where ideology ended and self-deception began. Perhaps, after 40 years, it does not matter. He made his choice. The Eastern Front made him pay for it. March 20th, 1942, Grafenwehr Training Depot, Germany. The veteran sergeant from Copenhagen has a face like weathered stone and eyes that have stopped registering surprise. He stands before 60 new recruits, boys. Really. Most of them between 17 and 20, and tells them truths that training manuals omit. "Forget what they taught you in basic," he says in Danish accented German. "I will teach you how to stay alive. This is different. This is not parade drill. This is not political. Lectures. This is what works when Soviet infantry is 50 meters away and you have 5 seconds to decide whether you live or die." The recruits stare at him with expressions mixing awe and terror. This man has survived 6 months on the Eastern Front. He wears the ribbon of the Iron Cross Second Class. He has scars on his hands from frostbite. He is what they will become if they are very lucky and very skilled. The veteran survivors of Nordland's first Eastern Front deployment have been withdrawn to Germany for a specific purpose: to train the replacements who will refill the depleted ranks. This is how military organizations preserve institutional knowledge, by making survivors into teachers, by transferring practical experience before those survivors return to the front and potentially die. The training these veterans provide is radically different from the official curriculum taught in boot camp. There are no racial lectures, no discussions of Nordic superiority. There is only practical instruction in survival, how to build a proper dugout that will not collapse under artillery fire, how to identify the sound of different Soviet weapons, how to perform basic battlefield medicine when medics cannot reach you, how to distinguish between dangerous situations and merely uncomfortable ones. The unofficial curriculum includes lessons that would horrify military lawyers and official historians. A Norwegian veteran teaches recruits how to search Soviet dead without triggering booby traps, how to identify which corpses might carry useful intelligence, how to execute wounded enemy soldiers who cannot be interrogated or evacuated. "Mercy gets you killed," he explains flatly. A wounded Soviet can still throw a grenade, can still shoot you in the back when you pass. You check every body. You make sure they are dead. You take what you need and you move on. This is not murder. This is survival. The recruits look uncomfortable, but they take notes. They understand that discomfort is a luxury they will not be able to afford. The transformation from idealist volunteer to pragmatic soldier follows predictable stages. Stage 1 is shock the realization that combat is nothing like imagination or training. This usually occurs within the first week of frontline service, often within the first significant engagement. Men who believe themselves brave discover that courage is finite, that everyone has a breaking point. Men who believed in Nordic superiority discover that bullets respect no racial hierarchies. The shock phase either kills you immediately if you freeze at the wrong moment, or passes into Stage 2. Stage 2 is adaptation. Men who survive initial shock begin learning the practical skills that separate living soldiers from dead ones. They learn to identify incoming artillery by sound, taking cover before the shells land rather than after. They learn to move in ways that minimize exposure to snipers. They learn which orders from which officers are worth obeying and which will get you killed. They learn to sleep anywhere, under any conditions, to eat anything edible, to function while exhausted, cold, and terrified. Most importantly, they learn to rely on squad mates, to build the small unit cohesion that becomes more important than ideology or national identity. Stage 3 is internalization. Men who survive long enough, generally 3 to 4 months of continuous combat, stop thinking about survival consciously and start reacting instinctively. They no longer need to remind themselves to take cover. Their bodies drop automatically at the sound of incoming fire. They no longer consciously scan for threats. Their awareness has expanded to encompass the entire tactical environment without deliberate thought. They have become soldiers in the truest sense, men whose minds and bodies have adapted to the constant presence of death. This transformation is not noble or glorious. It is functional adaptation to extreme stress. But it works. Veterans have mortality rates roughly 40% lower than fresh replacements. Not because they are braver or stronger, but because they have internalized lessons that cannot be taught in classroom. June of 1942. Leningrad Front, Soviet Union. A veteran squad from the Nordland Regiment is training a group of replacements in a quiet sector of the front. The veterans number 7 men, all that remains from an original platoon of 40. The replacements number 15, arriving from depots with fresh uniforms and uncertain expressions. The veteran squad leader, a Swedish volunteer named Erik Wallen, has a teaching method that dispenses with formality. Sit down, he tells the replacements, pointing to a dugout carved into the side of a trench. I will tell you things your officers will not. He begins with food. Never trust the supply chain. You will be hungry more often than you are fed. Learn which roots are edible. Birch bark can be chewed for temporary relief. Grass will make you sick but will not kill you. Soviet corpses often carry bread in their packs. Take it, it is better than starving. The replacements look disturbed by this casual discussion of looting the dead, but they write it down. Wallen continues. Water is more important than food. Boil it when possible. If not possible, drink it anyway and accept the diarrhea. Dehydration kills faster than dysentery. He moves to tactical matters. Soviet infantry attacks in waves. The first wave is usually their best troops, well-equipped, well-trained. Kill them if you can, but focus on surviving the attack. The second and third waves are less capable but more numerous. That is, when you stop them, when they are confused and their command structure has broken down. He describes how to identify Soviet commissars, the political officers who enforce discipline, and why killing them can cause entire units to break. The Soviets fight hard when someone is watching. Without commissars, some units will surrender or retreat. Target anyone who looks like a leader. The veteran training session includes demonstrations. Wallen shows replacements. How to construct a proper fighting position, not the textbook version, but the practical version that has kept him alive. He shows them how to create drainage, so positions don't flood during rain. He shows them how to position logs and earth to absorb shell fragments. He shows them how to create firing apertures that provide good fields of fire while minimizing exposure. Most importantly, he shows them how to build multiple exit routes from every position, because positions that cannot be abandoned quickly become tombs when overrun. The veterans also teach psychological survival. They explain that everyone is afraid, that courage is not the absence of fear but functioning despite it. They explain that it is acceptable to cry after combat, to shake uncontrollably, to vomit from stress, these are normal human responses, not signs of weakness. They explain that the men who claim they are never afraid are either lying or too stupid to recognize danger. They explain that survival depends on accepting fear as a constant companion rather than fighting it. Fear keeps you alert, Wallen tells the replacements. Fear makes you cautious. Fear is why I am alive, and 40 of my comrades are dead. Listen to your fear. Learn from it. Use it. The veterans also warn replacements about false comfort. Do not become attached to officers who will be rotated out or killed. Do not become too friendly with new arrivals who have high mortality rates. Do not plan for the future, because planning creates hope, and hope makes present suffering harder to bear. Live for the day, the hour, the moment. Make your world small, your squad, your section, your immediate survival. The war is too big to comprehend, a Danish veteran explains. If you think about the whole Eastern Front, about years of war, about whether Germany will win or lose, you will go insane. Focus on today. Focus on staying alive until tomorrow. That is manageable. That is possible. By autumn of 1942, the Nordland Regiment has developed survival rates significantly above Wehrmacht averages. The statistics are striking. Nordland veterans have a 40% higher survival rate than comparable Wehrmacht units during the same period. This is not because Scandinavian volunteers are racially superior or inherently better soldiers. This is because the unit has developed an informal knowledge transfer system that preserves tactical lessons and distributes them effectively. Every veteran is expected to mentor replacements. Every squad contains a mix of experienced and new soldiers. Every combat operation is followed by after-action discussions where mistakes are analysed and lessons extracted. This knowledge preservation comes at psychological cost. Veterans who survive long enough to become trainers carry immense guilt. They have watched dozens of comrades die. They have made decisions that kept themselves alive at others' expense. They have learned to prioritise survival over sentiment, to view new arrivals as temporary companions rather than friends. One Norwegian veteran, writing in a post-war memoir, describes the emotional numbness required to function. I stopped learning names after my 3rd month. Men would arrive, I would teach them what I could, and then they would die. Learning their names made it hurt more, so I stopped. They became the new rifleman, or the replacement machine gunner. They were functions, not people. This kept me sane. This also made me less human. The unit cohesion that develops is paradoxical. The men are closer than brothers, bound by shared trauma and mutual dependence. They will risk their lives for each other without hesitation, but they are also emotionally distant, protecting themselves from the pain of inevitable loss. They laugh together, share food, tell stories in dugouts during quiet moments, but they rarely discuss the future, rarely acknowledge that most of them will die. They exist in an extended present tense, a psychological state where only immediate survival matters. This is not healthy. This is not sustainable. But this is what works in industrial-scale attrition warfare. Winter of 1942 to 1943, defensive positions south of Leningrad. A veteran squad from Nordland is sharing captured Soviet vodka in a bunker, celebrating the fact that they are all still alive. The conversation, recorded in a diary kept by a Norwegian volunteer, reveals how far they have travelled from ideology. No one discusses Nordic racial theories. No one discusses the Crusade against Bolshevism. They discuss practical matters, which officers are competent, which supply sergeants can be bribed for extra rations, which sectors of the front are quieter. They discuss the Soviet Spring Offensive, speculating about whether they will be withdrawn before it begins or forced to endure another season of combat. One Danish volunteer, drunk enough to be honest, says what everyone is thinking. We are not fighting for Hitler anymore. I do not think I ever was. I fought for the idea, and then the idea died in Ukraine. Now I fight because Anders needs me. If I die, he might die too. If he dies, and I survive, I could not live with that. So we keep each other alive. That is the war now. Not Germany, not Denmark, just us. The others nod. This is the truth that dare not speak its name in official reports, the reality that would horrify the SS leadership if they understood it. The ideological volunteers have become pragmatic survivors. They are still effective soldiers, perhaps more effective than ever, because they are no longer distracted by abstractions. But they are not fighting for the reasons they enlisted. They are fighting because they have no other choice, because desertion means execution, because their comrades depend on them, because stopping would mean admitting that every sacrifice up to this point was meaningless. So they continue. They survive another day, another week, another month. And they teach the replacements how to do the same, passing forward the knowledge that might keep a few more men alive a few days longer. It is not heroism. It is not glory. It is simply what remains when ideology fails and only survival matters. February 9th, 1943. SS Hauptamt, Berlin. Heinrich Himmler sits at the head of a polished oak table, surrounded by his staff officers and planning specialists. Maps cover the walls, maps of the Eastern Front showing red arrows of Soviet advances, blue defensive lines growing thinner with each passing month. The Reichsführer SS has summoned this meeting to discuss a proposition that is simultaneously desperate and calculated: the creation of an entire SS division built around Scandinavian volunteers. His Chief of Staff, SS Obergruppenführer Karl Wolff, presents casualty figures that make the argument for him. The existing Nordland and Westland regiments of SS Division Viking have proven themselves effective despite horrific losses. More importantly, they have proven that foreign volunteers, properly organised and commanded, can fight as well as German units. Now, with the Wehrmacht bleeding divisions at Stalingrad and across the Eastern Front, the SS needs new formations. Building them from scratch with German manpower is increasingly difficult. Building them from volunteers from occupied territories is pragmatically necessary. Himmler listens to the briefing with characteristic attention to detail. He asks about equipment availability. The answer is that there will never be enough, but some can be allocated. He asks about officer quality. The answer is that German officers will command at senior levels, with Scandinavian officers in junior and mid-level positions. He asks about political implications. The answer is complex. Vidkun Quisling in Norway demands that Norwegian volunteers be commanded by Norwegians, seeing this as a step toward legitimizing his collaborationist government. The SS refuses this demand entirely. This will be a German division with foreign soldiers, not a coalition of equal partners. Himmler nods, satisfied. He signs the authorization creating the 11th SS Freiwilligen Panzergrenadier Division Nordland. The date is March 1st, 1943. On paper, a new division exists. In reality, the work of creating it has barely begun. The decision to form a standalone Scandinavian division reveals multiple truths about the SS in 1943. First, it shows desperation. Germany is losing the war of attrition, needs more combat formations, and will take them from wherever available. Second, it shows ideological persistence. Despite battlefield realities demolishing racial theories, Himmler still believes in the concept of a pan-Germanic SS. Third, it shows political cunning. By creating national divisions, like Nordland, the SS can claim to be leading a multinational crusade against communism, rather than a German war of conquest. The volunteers themselves will discover that these political calculations matter far less than the practical realities of building a division from disparate parts. Croatia, March of 1943. The veterans of SS Regiment Nordland receive orders to withdraw from the Eastern Front. This is met with a mixture of relief and suspicion. Relief because they are leaving the killing fields of Russia, at least temporarily. Suspicion because the Wehrmacht does not withdraw effective units without reason. The reason becomes clear when they reach staging areas in Croatia. They are to form the cadre of a new division, their experience distributed across fresh formations. For veterans who have built unit cohesion through shared trauma, this is both honour and curse. Honour because their effectiveness is recognised. Curse because their tight-knit squads will be broken apart, veterans scattered across, new companies filled with untested recruits. The withdrawal itself is a logistical nightmare. The regiment must disengage from defensive positions without triggering Soviet pursuit, move to rail stations, board trains to Croatia, all while maintaining combat readiness in case of attack. One Norwegian veteran, keeping a diary that will be confiscated and archived after the war, describes the journey. "We left Russia like ghosts, leaving a haunted house. Every man looked back at the trenches where we spent 18 months, where hundreds of our comrades are buried in unmarked graves. Some men cried, others were simply numb. We had survived something that should have killed us all. Now we were leaving, and the relief was contaminated by guilt. We survived. They did not. Why us? There is no answer to that question. Croatia offers respite that feels surreal. The veterans have spent so long in combat conditions that normal life seems unreal. They sleep in actual barracks with roofs and walls. They eat hot meals served at regular times. They write letters home, visit cafes in Croatian towns, spend captured currency on luxuries. But they cannot relax. They know this is temporary. They know they are being prepared for return to the front. The respite is just long enough to remind them what they have lost, not long enough to recover what war has taken from them. Grafenwehr Training Complex, Germany, June of 1943. The new division is taking shape, and the shape reveals the distance between SS mythology and reality. The official designation is 11th SS Freiwilligen Panzergrenadier Division Nordland. The structure includes 2 infantry regiments, SS Panzergrenadier Regiment 23 Norge and SS Panzergrenadier Regiment 24 Denmark. The irony of naming is intentional Norwegian volunteers fill the Denmark regiment, while Danish volunteers fill the Norge regiment. This is classic SS bureaucracy, creating national identity markers while deliberately mixing nationalities to prevent any single nation from claiming the formation as their own. German control is maintained through careful positioning of key officers and insistence that German remains the command language. The division's authorized strength is 15,000 men. The actual strength, as units assemble through spring and summer of 1943, reveals the fiction of a pure Scandinavian formation. By November, the division's composition is approximately 45%, Scandinavian volunteers 30%, Reich Germans filling command and specialist positions, 15% Estonian volunteers transferred from other units, and 10% other nationalities, including Flemish, Dutch, and ethnic Germans from occupied territories. This is not the Nordic brotherhood of SS propaganda. This is a multinational formation held together by German command structure and the shared experience of preparing for combat. The political tensions are immediate and persistent. Vidkun Quisling, Norway's collaborationist leader, views Norwegian SS volunteers as the foundation of a future Norwegian military under his control. He demands that Norwegian officers command Norwegian units, that the Norge regiment operates semi-independently, that Norwegian national symbols be prominently displayed. The SS High Command rejects these demands categorically. One German officer, in a memo archived in post-war records, explains the position bluntly. These are volunteers in German service, not allies. They serve under German command, follow German orders, fight as components of German formations. Quisling's political ambitions are irrelevant to military necessity. The equipment shortages reveal Germany's deteriorating position more clearly than any strategic assessment. The division is authorized 42 Stug 3 assault guns to provide mobile fire support. By November of 1943, it has 31 actual vehicles, and several of those are non-operational due to mechanical problems or lack of spare parts. It is authorized 54 artillery pieces, howitzers and field guns. It has 31, and ammunition for sustained operations is chronically insufficient. It is authorized full complement of machine guns, mortars, anti-tank weapons. It receives approximately 70% of authorization with replacement parts and ammunition for perhaps 60% of that. Every formation in the German military faces similar shortages, but for a newly formed division, the gaps are particularly acute. The training cycle is compressed. Standard divisional training takes 6 to 8 months, allowing time for individual skills, small unit tactics, combined arms operations, and division-level exercises. Nordland receives 4 months before deployment orders arrive. Veterans filling cadre positions work frantically to prepare recruits for Eastern Front realities. The training is practical rather than theoretical, emphasizing survival skills and basic tactics over parade, drill, and political indoctrination. One Danish instructor explains his philosophy in a letter home. I cannot make them into elite soldiers in 4 months, but I can teach them enough to survive their first month. If they survive that, they will teach themselves the rest or die learning. The division's first assignment demonstrates both its capabilities and its limitations. In November of 1943, Nordland receives orders to deploy to the Iranian-bound bridgehead near Leningrad. This is a Soviet-held salient that has resisted German reduction efforts for months, a constant threat to German positions around the besieged city. The division will relieve exhausted Wehrmacht units and continue containment operations. It is not a prestigious assignment, it is grinding defensive warfare in the same theatre where the regiment bled the previous year, but it is where Germany needs troops, and Nordland is troops. The movement to the front reveals logistical chaos. Trains are delayed by partisan attacks on rail lines. Supplies go missing or arrive at wrong destinations. Units become separated during movement, requiring days to reassemble. When the division finally occupies its assigned sector in December, it is already below authorized strength, already facing equipment shortages, already struggling with the coordination problems of a newly formed unit. The Soviet forces opposite them are not particularly strong, worn-down units from months of static warfare, but they are competent and aggressive. Nordland's arrival is marked not by victory, but by the resumption of the same attritional combat that characterized 1942. Artillery exchanges, patrol actions, limited attacks, and counterattacks over frozen ground, daily casualties that accumulate into substantial losses over weeks. Christmas of 1943 finds the division in defensive positions near Leningrad. The veterans who remember Christmas of 1941 in Ukraine note the differences. They have better winter equipment now, padded uniforms, felt boots, adequate rations. They have more experience, better organisation, clearer command structure. They are no longer shocked by cold or combat, but they are also older, more tired, more aware of the war's trajectory. The replacements filling the division are younger, less prepared, more likely to make fatal mistakes. The combination creates an awkward dynamic. Experienced soldiers trying to keep inexperienced soldiers alive while completing impossible missions with inadequate resources. One Norwegian officer, writing in his diary on Christmas Eve, captures the mood. We are an elite division on paper. In reality, we are exhausted veterans, babysitting teenagers, holding equipment together with improvisation, completing missions through competence. While German strategic position deteriorates daily, we are told we are defending European civilization. I look at the frozen corpses in no man's land and wonder what civilization means. We are told we are elite soldiers. I look at our equipment shortages and wonder what elite means. We are told we are volunteers fighting for a cause. I look at the conscripted replacements and wonder what volunteer means. Perhaps none of these words mean anything anymore. Perhaps they are just sounds we make to avoid silence. The division has been created, equipped, deployed. It will fight for the next 18 months, earning a reputation for reliability and effectiveness. It will also be ground down, rebuilt, ground down again in the relentless machinery of Eastern Front attrition. The political purposes that justified its creation, demonstrating Nordic solidarity with Germany, proving racial theories, building a pan-Germanic SS, will become increasingly irrelevant as military necessity, overwhelms ideology. The men who fill its ranks will discover what the original volunteers learned in Ukraine, that divisions are not ideas but collections of human beings trying to survive, that effectiveness is measured in casualties survived rather than objectives achieved, that the distance between formation and destruction is measured in months rather than years. The 11th SS Freiwilligen Panzergrenadier Division Nordland exists. Soon it will fight. Eventually it will be destroyed. But in December of 1943, on frozen ground near Leningrad, it is simply another formation holding another sector, waiting for orders that will send it somewhere worse. April 15th, 1943, Swedish-Norwegian border, midnight. Eric Wallen crouches in forest darkness 200 meters from the Swedish border crossing. He wears civilian clothing, wool coat, work boots, cap pulled low. In his pack is a spare set of clothing, identification papers that identify him, a forestry worker, and a letter of introduction to contacts in the Norwegian Nazi Party. He is 24 years old, a Swedish citizen, and he is about to commit a crime punishable by up to 10 years in Swedish prison. He is also reasonably confident he will face no consequences even if caught. Swedish border guards have been looking the other way for 2 years. Swedish security services track volunteers like him but rarely interfere. Sweden is neutral in the way that allows its citizens to fight for Germany while maintaining official disapproval. Wallen moves forward through the trees toward Norway, toward German recruitment officers, toward a war his country claims no part in. 200 kilometers away, in Stockholm, a Swedish security service officer named Gustaf Petrén sits in an office reviewing files. The files contain names, dates, known associates of Swedish citizens who have volunteered for German military service. Wallen's name is already on the list, flagged weeks ago, when his political activities drew attention. Petrén makes a notation indicating that Wallen has likely crossed the border by now, probably heading for Oslo. The notation goes into a file that will be maintained throughout the war, updated as information arrives. Used for what, exactly? Sweden is not prosecuting these volunteers during wartime. Sweden is not informing the Germans, which would be active collaboration. Sweden is simply watching, recording, maintaining plausible deniability. Petrén finds the entire situation distasteful but follows orders. Neutrality, he has learned, is a complicated performance requiring careful balance between what is known and what is acknowledged. The Swedish secret is simple and damning. Sweden knows exactly who is fighting for Germany and does nothing to stop them. Over 300 Swedish volunteers will serve in the Waffen-SS between 1941 and 1945. Their names are recorded, their units are tracked, their activities are monitored through intelligence channels. Yet, during the war itself, Sweden prosecutes 0 volunteers. After the war, only 6 face trial, receiving sentences ranging from 6 months to 12 months, less time than common criminals serve for theft. This selective enforcement reveals Sweden's true position: officially neutral, practically accommodating to Germany when accommodation serves Swedish interests, willing to sacrifice its own legal principles to maintain the fiction of non-involvement. The Swedish volunteers themselves are aware of this paradox and exploit it ruthlessly. Hans Gustav Persson, a 22-year-old from Stockholm, writes to his brother in December of 1942 from the Eastern Front. The letter, intercepted by Swedish censors and filed rather than delivered, reveals the volunteers' understanding of their position. Sweden looks away because Germany allows Sweden to look away. We are the price of neutrality, 300 men who can be disavowed if necessary, but whose service keeps Swedish conscience clean. Better we fight for Germany than Germany demands Sweden fight or face invasion. I am told I am breaking Swedish law, perhaps, but Swedish law is whatever keeps Sweden safe, and my service contributes to that safety more than prosecution would. The Swedish volunteers' profile matches their Norwegian and Danish counterparts. Young men radicalized by anti-communist propaganda and Nordic racial theories, drawn from similar demographic pools, motivated by similar ideological commitments. What differs is their legal position. Norwegian and Danish volunteers can claim, however weakly, that their countries were occupied and they were operating under duress. Swedish volunteers have no such excuse. They come from a neutral country, face no German pressure, must actively circumvent their own government to fight. This makes their choice starker, their culpability clearer. They are the purest expression of ideological volunteering despite having no external compulsion to do so. Stockholm, Swedish Security Service Headquarters, January of 1944. A briefing room contains 3 intelligence officers reviewing the volunteer situation. The files now contain over 250 names, with new volunteers still crossing borders despite the war turning against Germany. One officer asks the obvious question: should Sweden begin active interdiction, arresting volunteers before they can leave the country? The senior officer, following guidance from the Foreign Ministry, says no. The reasoning is cynical but pragmatic. Active prosecution would force Sweden to acknowledge the volunteers publicly, which would anger Germany and potentially compromise Swedish trade relationships. Better to maintain current policy, quiet surveillance, official ignorance, post-war consequences deferred until the war's outcome is clear. The discussion reveals Sweden's broader strategy. Throughout the war, Sweden walks a knife's edge between Allied and Axis interests. It trades iron ore to Germany, vital for German war industry, while allowing Allied intelligence operations on Swedish soil. It maintains diplomatic relations with both sides, while quietly favouring whichever side appears more likely to win at any given moment. The Swedish volunteers are one small component of this complex balancing act. They fight for Germany, which pleases Berlin and costs Stockholm nothing during wartime. If Germany wins, Sweden can claim to have contributed volunteers to the anti-communist crusade. If Germany loses, Sweden can prosecute a token number of volunteers to demonstrate commitment to Allied principles. This is neutrality as transactional relationship rather than moral principle. The volunteers' combat experiences mirror those of Norwegian and Danish comrades. Persson serves with the Nordland Division at Narva in 1944, experiencing the same apocalyptic combat that shatters so many others. His letters home, routed through Norwegian contacts to avoid Swedish censors, describe conditions identical to those faced by non-Swedish volunteers: grinding attrition, inadequate supplies, constant casualties. Being Swedish grants no special privileges or protections. German officers treat Swedish volunteers the same as other foreign volunteers: useful manpower, expendable when necessary, valuable only insofar as they contribute to mission accomplishment. The Swedish volunteers discover that their country's neutrality means nothing in Soviet artillery barrages, that Swedish citizenship provides no immunity to frostbite or bullets. The psychological burden they carry differs slightly from other volunteers. Norwegian and Danish volunteers can tell themselves they are defending occupied homelands, however twisted that logic becomes. Swedish volunteers have no such rationalisation. They have left safety voluntarily, travelled to war zones illegally, joined an organisation, committing atrocities across Europe. Their choices are nakedly ideological, unsoftened by circumstances. Some embrace this, viewing themselves as truest believers, unconstrained by national obligation. Others struggle with it, increasingly aware that they have sacrificed everything: safety, legality, future prospects for a cause collapsing around them. By 1945, Swedish volunteers face impossible choices. Return to Sweden means certain prosecution now that German defeat is obvious. Continue fighting means probable death in Germany's final battles. Surrender to Soviets risks execution or decades in labour camps. Several Swedish volunteers attempt to reach Western Allied lines, hoping for better treatment. Others simply disappear into the chaos of Germany's collapse, obtaining false papers, hiding identities, gambling that post-war Sweden will lack the will or resources to hunt down every volunteer. A few continue fighting to the end, either from ideological commitment or because they have nothing left to lose. Their various fates reveal the consequences of choice. Some are killed in final battles. Some are captured and spend years in Soviet camps. Some successfully escape and live under assumed names for decades. Post-war Sweden faces the question of what to do with returning volunteers. The prosecution of 6 volunteers, a tiny fraction of the total, is carefully calibrated political theatre. The trials receive minimal publicity. The sentences are light. The message is clear. Sweden acknowledges that these men broke laws, but Sweden does not consider their crimes serious enough for harsh punishment. This stands in stark contrast to Norwegian and Danish prosecutions, where thousands face trial and years of imprisonment. The difference reveals Sweden's unique position. It can afford leniency because it was never occupied, never had to confront the daily reality of collaboration, never developed the bitter divisions that plague countries where brothers fought on opposite sides. The Swedish volunteers who avoided prosecution, the overwhelming majority, live out their lives under an official amnesia. Sweden chooses not to remember them, not to commemorate their service, not to acknowledge their existence beyond dry historical footnotes. Some volunteers embrace this silence, grateful to have escaped consequences, building new lives, and never speaking of the war. Others resent it, feeling that their service and sacrifice have been erased for political convenience. A few attempt to tell their stories, writing memoirs or giving interviews, but Swedish publishers show little interest. The volunteers become ghosts of a history Sweden prefers to forget, evidence of choices that complicate the narrative of Swedish moral superiority during the war. Persson survives the war and returns to Sweden in late 1945. He is detained at the border, questioned for 3 days, released without charges. He returns to Stockholm, finds his family has maintained distance, secures work as an accountant. He never marries, lives alone, rarely discusses the war. In 1993, shortly before his death, he gives a single interview to a Swedish historian. "I made my choice," he says. "I do not apologize for it, but I do not defend it either. I believed things that were not true. I fought for a cause that was evil. I survived when better men died. Sweden, let me come home and pretend it never happened." Perhaps that is the worst punishment, to carry the truth in silence, knowing you were wrong but never officially condemned for it. The Swedish secret persists into the present. School textbooks mention Swedish volunteers in passing, if at all. Museums exhibit Swedish wartime experience, the received refugees, the maintained neutrality, the moral superiority, while quietly omitting the volunteers who made Swedish neutrality more palatable to Germany. The descendants of Swedish volunteers often discover their family history only through archival research, finding names in old security files, uncovering truths their grandparents never shared. Sweden's reckoning with its volunteers remains incomplete, a historical footnote rather than a central narrative. This is how neutral countries remember their complicity. By not remembering it at all, by allowing time to bury truths that official history prefers to ignore. The Swedish volunteers fought, suffered, and died like their Scandinavian counterparts. But unlike Norway and Denmark, Sweden never forced its citizens to account for those choices. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps it was moral cowardice. Perhaps, like so much of Sweden's wartime policy, it was simply pragmatic calculation, prioritizing national interest over individual accountability. March 22nd, 1943, Katyn, Belarus. The village has 149 inhabitants when the sun rises. By sunset, 149 people will be dead. The village will be ash. And the survivors who will later testify will describe men in German uniforms speaking languages they could not identify. Katyn is not alone. It is one of hundreds of Belarusian villages destroyed during anti-partisan operations, but it will become symbolic, memorialized in Soviet memory as evidence of Nazi barbarism. The question that will haunt historical inquiry is specific and urgent. Which German units participated? Who gave orders? Who pulled triggers? And more specifically, was the Nordland Division present? And if so, what role did Scandinavian volunteers play in civilian massacre? The evidence is fragmentary and contested, which is typical of war crimes investigations decades removed from events. Soviet investigators document the massacre in detail. The villagers herded into a barn, the barn set afire, machine gun fire, cutting down those who escaped flames. Witnesses describe multiple German units in the area conducting sweep operations against suspected partisan supporters. Some witnesses mention hearing unfamiliar accents, not standard German, something different. Nordland was operating in Army Group Center's sector during this period, attached to anti-partisan operations. German records confirm the division's presence in Belarus during March of 1943, but specific documentation linking specific Nordland units to specific atrocities is scarce. This is not accidental. Anti-partisan operations were deliberately documented vaguely to provide deniability. Orders were often verbal, after-action reports used euphemistic language. The paper trail leads to murky conclusions rather than definitive proof. What can be established with certainty is that Nordland, like other Waffen-SS divisions, participated in anti-partisan operations that systematically violated laws of war. These operations treated civilian populations as legitimate targets, destroyed villages suspected of supporting partisans, executed prisoners without trial, employed collective punishment. Whether specific Nordland personnel participated in specific atrocities like Katyn remains debatable. That Nordland participated in the broader pattern of war crimes is not debatable, it is documented fact. The question becomes one of individual versus collective responsibility. Are all members of a unit culpable for atrocities committed by that unit, or only those who personally participated? Post-war tribunals and historians have struggled with this question, reaching varied conclusions. What is clear is that serving in Nordland meant operating within a system designed to commit atrocities, making everyone complicit to some degree. November 13th, 1943. Occupied Eastern Europe. A Nordland Division operations order, preserved in captured German archives, authorises harsh measures against civilian populations in areas suspected of partisan activity. The order uses standard SS euphemistic language. Villages may be evacuated, suspects may be interrogated intensively, hostile elements may be neutralised. To anyone familiar with SS operational practice, these terms have clear meanings. Evacuation means forced removal, often followed by destruction of buildings. Intensive interrogation means torture. Neutralisation means execution. The order is signed by a German division commander, distributed to regimental and battalion commanders, implemented by companies and platoons. Norwegian and Danish volunteers receive these orders, translated if necessary, expected to obey. The participation of Scandinavian volunteers in war crimes operates on multiple levels. Level 1 is direct participation, pulling triggers, setting fires, guarding civilians, awaiting execution. Post-war investigations document at least 15 individual cases where Scandinavian volunteers are credibly accused of direct involvement in atrocities. Level 2 is facilitation, providing security while other units commit atrocities, blocking escape routes, conducting cordon operations. This implicates larger numbers but raises questions about knowledge and complicity. Did security troops always know what was happening inside cordons? Level 3 is systemic complicity. Serving in an organisation, conducting atrocities, following orders from commanders who authorise crimes, operating within a culture that normalises violence against civilians. This implicates everyone who served in Nordland, regardless of individual actions. A post-war war crimes investigation file, Oslo, 1947. Norwegian prosecutor Henrik Berg reviews testimony from a civilian survivor of a reprisal operation near Novgorod in 1944. The witness describes SS troops identified by insignia entering a village after a partisan ambush killed 2 German soldiers. The SS rounded up 40 male villagers, ages 15 to 60, marched them to the edge of the village, shot them all. The witness survived by hiding in a cellar, watching through a crack in the floor as her husband was taken. She describes hearing commands in a language that was not German, possibly Norwegian or Danish based on phonetic transcription. She describes seeing one young soldier, possibly Scandinavian based on appearance, who appeared disturbed by the executions but participated nonetheless. This testimony, like dozens of others in Berg's files, is specific enough to be credible but vague enough to make prosecution difficult. Which unit? Which soldiers? Which specific individuals can be identified and charged? Berg's investigation faces multiple obstacles. Many potential defendants died in the war. Others fled to Germany and cannot be extradited. Witnesses are traumatized, memories are uncertain, years have passed. The burden of proof for criminal conviction is high, requiring evidence beyond reasonable doubt. Berg can establish that Norwegian volunteers served in units that committed atrocities. He can establish that anti-partisan operations routinely violated laws of war. He can even establish that specific individuals were present in specific locations when atrocities occurred. But proving that specific individuals personally committed specific criminal acts is often impossible. The result is frustrating. Moral certainty of guilt combined with legal insufficiency of evidence. The 15 Scandinavian volunteers who face war crimes trials receive varied outcomes. 8 are convicted based on witness testimony, documentary evidence, or their own admissions. Sentences range from 3 years to 12 years imprisonment, far less than perpetrators of similar crimes in other contexts received. 7 are acquitted due to insufficient evidence or credible alibis. The trials reveal patterns in how atrocities were committed and rationalised. Defendants claim they were following orders, that refusing orders meant execution or imprisonment, that they had no choice. These defences are legally dubious. Following orders has been rejected as justification for war crimes since Nuremberg, but they resonate with juries who understand the coercive nature of military discipline. Other defendants claim they were not present during specific atrocities, that they served in different units or sectors, that witnesses are mistaken. These defences sometimes succeed, because the fog of war makes definitive identification difficult. One trial reveals the psychological mechanisms that enabled atrocities. A Danish volunteer named Lars Madsen faces charges related to a village burning in Belarus. The prosecution presents testimony from 3 survivors identifying him as part of the unit that conducted the operation. Madsen admits his unit burned the village but claims he personally did not shoot civilians, that he was assigned to perimeter security, that he did not know civilians were inside buildings when they were set afire. His testimony, recorded in trial transcripts, reveals the compartmentalization that soldiers use to maintain moral self-image while participating in immoral acts. "I did what I was ordered to do," he testifies. "I did not ask questions. I did not think about consequences. I was a soldier following orders. If that makes me guilty, then every soldier is guilty." The prosecutor responds with uncomfortable questions. At what point does following orders become participating in murder? When you secure a perimeter, knowing atrocities are occurring inside, are you not facilitating those atrocities? When you belong to an organization conducting systematic war crimes, can you claim innocence through compartmentalization? Madsen has no good answers. The jury convicts him of complicity in war crimes, sentencing him to 7 years imprisonment. He serves 4 years before early release. The verdict satisfies no one completely. Survivors believe the sentence is too light. Madsen's defenders believe he was scapegoated for following orders in impossible circumstances. The historical truth is that both perspectives contain validity. Madsen was following orders, and Madsen participated in murder. These facts coexist uncomfortably, revealing how ordinary men commit extraordinary evil through obedience and moral abdication. The broader question of Nordland's war crimes record remains contested. Historians have documented at least 12 civilian massacres with credible Nordland connections between 1943 and 1944. Some historians argue these represent a pattern of systematic criminality. Others argue these are outliers in an otherwise conventional military record, that most Nordland operations were legitimate combat rather than atrocity. The debate often reflects historians' broader interpretations of the Waffen-SS. Was it fundamentally criminal organization, whose every member shares collective guilt, or was it military formation with criminal elements that should be judged individually? These interpretive frameworks shape conclusions drawn from ambiguous evidence. What cannot be contested is that anti-partisan warfare blurred traditional distinctions between combatants and civilians in ways that enabled atrocities. Partisan fighters operated without uniforms, lived among civilian populations, received civilian support. German doctrine responded by treating civilian populations as legitimate targets, implementing collective punishment, authorizing reprisals that deliberately violated proportionality principles. Units operating under this doctrine, including Nordland, committed war crimes not as exceptions but as routine operations. Orders authorizing harsh measures were orders to commit crimes. Units implementing those orders were committing crimes. Soldiers obeying those orders were war criminals, regardless of their personal beliefs about the morality of their actions. A Norwegian veteran interviewed decades after the war struggles to reconcile his service with moral accountability. "I never shot a civilian," he insists. "I never burned a village. I fought Soviet soldiers. I defended positions. I did what soldiers do." Pressed about anti-partisan operations, he becomes evasive. "I followed orders. I did not ask questions. What was I supposed to do? Refuse and be shot?" Asked whether following immoral orders is itself immoral, he has no answer. His silence contains the truth he cannot articulate, that he made choices, that those choices had consequences, that claiming not to have known or not to have participated fully is defensive rather than descriptive. He knew. He participated. He survived. And he has spent 50 years constructing narratives that allow him to live with that knowledge. The atrocity question has no clean answer. Individual guilt varies across a spectrum from direct perpetrators to passive witnesses. Systemic complicity implicates everyone who served in organizations conducting atrocities. Moral responsibility extends beyond legal culpability to questions of choice, knowledge, and action. The Scandinavian volunteers made initial choices to join the SS. Those choices led to positions where they witnessed or participated in war crimes. Some actively committed atrocities, Some facilitated them through inaction, some genuinely remained ignorant through deliberate avoidance. But all served in Nordland, and Nordland's record includes documented war crimes. That service carries stain that cannot be fully removed by claims of ignorance or obedience. The volunteers chose to enlist. Everything that followed flows from that choice, including complicity in the SS's criminal operations across occupied Europe. February 2nd, 1944, Narva, Estonia. The sound comes first, a sound like the sky tearing apart. 2,000 Soviet artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously across a 15-kilometer front. The concentrated firepower of the Leningrad front's assault divisions focused on German defensive positions around Narva. The bombardment is not the heaviest of the war, but it is heavy enough to obliterate trenches, collapse bunkers, turn frozen earth into cratered moonscape. The men of the Nordland Division, holding positions on the Tannenberg line west of Narva, have perhaps 30 seconds warning before the storm arrives. Veterans throw themselves into the deepest corners of their dugouts. New replacements freeze, unsure what to do, learning in their final seconds that hesitation kills. The barrage lasts 40 minutes. When it stops, the brief silence is worse than the noise, because the silence means the Soviet infantry is coming. This is the beginning of the Battle of Narva, 190 days of continuous combat that will define the Nordland Division's war. The strategic situation is desperate. The Soviets have broken the Leningrad siege, driven German forces westward, now pushed toward the Baltic states and East Prussia. The German army group, North, has contracted to a narrow front anchored on Narva, using the river and prepared defences to slow the Soviet advance. 50,000 German defenders, including Nordland, face 450,000 Soviet troops from the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts. The mathematics are brutal. 9-1 numerical superiority for the Soviets, backed by overwhelming artillery and air support. The only German advantages are prepared positions, shorter supply lines, and defenders fighting desperately, because retreat means nothing remains between Soviet armies and Germany proper. The Nordland Division holds a critical sector, the high ground west of Narva known as the Tannenberg Line, named after Germany's famous 1914 victory over Russia. The symbolism is intentional but meaningless. Symbols do not stop Soviet tanks. The division's Norway regiment defends Hill 69.9, a modest elevation that provides observation over the Narva plain. This hill, barely a hill by topographic standards, will become one of the war's most contested pieces of ground. Between February and August, ownership of Hill 69.9 will change hands multiple times, each transfer purchased with hundreds of lives, each Soviet assault grinding against German defense, until one side exhausts itself and brief pauses allow the other to recover before the cycle resumes. March 7th, 1944. Hill 69.9. A Danish company commander named Søren Madsen crouches in a trench that barely deserves the name. Soviet artillery has destroyed the original positions. What remains is a shallow depression connecting shell craters, offering minimal cover and no protection against direct hits. Madsen's company has been defending this position for 36 hours against repeated Soviet assaults. His original strength was 132 men. He now counts 47 effectives. The others are dead, wounded, or so exhausted they cannot function. He knows another Soviet assault is coming, reconnaissance reports. Soviet infantry massing in the tree line 500 meters distant. He also knows his company cannot repel another serious attack. They lack ammunition for sustained firefight, lack mines to break up assault formations, lack reserves to reinforce threatened sectors. All they have is position, desperation, and the knowledge that retreat is not authorized. The Soviet assault begins with another artillery barrage, shorter than the morning bombardment, but concentrated precisely on Hill 69.9. Shells land in Madsen's position, obliterating sections of trench, burying men alive or tearing them apart. When the barrage lifts, Soviet infantry emerges from the tree line in battalion strength, roughly 500 men attacking on a frontage of 300 meters. The Danes open fire at 200 meters with everything functional. Machine guns, rifles, the 2 remaining mortars. Soviet soldiers fall, but more keep coming, trained to absorb casualties and maintain momentum. At 100 meters, Madsen realizes his position is about to be overrun. At 50 meters, he makes the decision that will define his war. He calls for artillery to fire directly on his own position. The German artillery response is immediate and devastating. Shells land among the Soviet assault troops and among the Danish defenders, making no distinction between attacker and defender because the two are intermixed. The barrage lasts 3 minutes, killing indiscriminately, tearing apart Soviet infantry, and crushing Danish soldiers with equal efficiency. When it stops, the hill is silent except for screaming. Madsen pulls himself from beneath a dead Soviet soldier, realizes he is bleeding from shrapnel wounds, counts 9 Danish survivors in his immediate vicinity. The Soviet assault has been stopped. 200 Soviet corpses litter the hillside. But Madsen's company has effectively ceased to exist as a fighting unit. This is the mathematics of Narva. You trade lives for time, bodies for meters of ground, survival for completing the mission. Madsen has completed his mission. The hill is held. The cost is irrelevant to commanders measuring success in positions retained rather than men lost. The fighting at Narva follows patterns that repeat across months with mechanical regularity. Soviet assault formations attack in waves, accepting horrific casualties to achieve breakthrough. German defenders hold to breaking point, counterattack to restore positions, retreat when positions become untenable, establish new positions and repeat. Neither side has capacity for dramatic breakthrough. Soviets lack the coordination and supply for sustained deep operations. Germans lack the manpower and reserves for strategic withdrawal to defensible lines. The result is grinding attrition, a mutual bloodletting, where both sides lose, but the Soviets can afford losses and Germans cannot. Every day the front holds is a German tactical victory. Every day the Soviets gain meters is a Soviet strategic victory because time favours the side with larger reserves. The Nordland Division, as one component of Army Group North's defence, experiences Narva as an apocalyptic endurance test. Soldiers spend weeks in forward positions without relief, living in conditions that destroy health and sanity. They sleep in 3-hour increments when combat allows. They eat cold rations because fires draw artillery. They drink water melted from snow, contaminated by chemical residue from explosives. They urinate and defecate in trenches because leaving cover means death. They watch comrades die from wounds that would be treatable in rear areas but are fatal in forward positions lacking medical support. They kill Soviet soldiers by the hundreds, watching new Soviet soldiers arrive to replace losses, realizing that Soviet manpower is functionally infinite while their own strength diminishes irreversibly. April 19th, 1944. Tannenberg Line Field Hospital. A Norwegian medical officer named Henrik Johansen works through his 4th consecutive 20-hour shift, treating casualties faster than ambulances can evacuate them. The hospital is underground, a reinforced bunker, offering protection from artillery but creating horrific working conditions. The air is thick with blood, smell, antiseptic, gangrene. The wounded lie on every surface, on cots when available, on floors when cots are full. Johansen performs triage constantly, sorting patients into categories. Those who will survive with treatment, those who might survive with extensive treatment, those who will die regardless. Resources are allocated accordingly. The men who will die are given morphine and moved to a separate area where they expire quietly without consuming medical supplies needed for salvageable cases. Johansen records in his diary discovered decades later in Norwegian archives the psychological toll of this work. I became a machine, he writes. I looked at wounded men and saw medical problems to be solved or resource drains to be minimised. I stopped seeing humans. This was necessary to function, but it destroyed something in me that I will never recover. I remember specific cases. A Danish boy, perhaps 18, with stomach wound that meant slow death. He begged me to save him. I told him we would do our best, knowing we would do nothing because resources could not be wasted on unsalvageable cases. I gave him morphine. He died 3 hours later. I moved to the next patient. I have done this hundreds of times. I will do it hundreds more. I am saving lives and killing men simultaneously through allocation decisions. This is war's truth. There are not enough resources to save everyone, so some must be chosen to die. Making those choices is destroying me. The casualty statistics for Narva are staggering, even by Eastern Front standards. Between February 2nd and August 10th, 1944, the Nordland Division suffers approximately 8,500 casualties killed, wounded, or missing. This represents roughly 60% of the division's strength, though exact figures are complicated by ongoing replacements. Some men are wounded, evacuated, treated, and returned to duty, appearing in casualty lists multiple times. Others simply disappear, lost in combat, buried in collapsed bunkers, vaporized by direct artillery hits. The division is effectively destroyed and rebuilt multiple times during Narva, each iteration containing fewer veterans and more desperate replacements. Soviet casualties are substantially higher but differently distributed. The Leningrad front commits multiple armies to the Narva operation, rotating divisions through combat sectors, withdrawing exhausted units and feeding in fresh ones. Total Soviet casualties in the Narva sector between February and August are estimated at 150,000 to 200,000 killed, wounded, or missing. German records, obviously biased, claim even higher Soviet losses. Regardless of exact figures, the pattern is clear. The Soviets are trading lives at 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 ratios to advance against German defences. They can afford this exchange rate. Germany cannot. Every German casualty at Narva is irreplaceable. There are no strategic reserves, no fresh divisions waiting to rotate in. Every Soviet casualty at Narva is mourned but replaced. The Red Army has rebuilt itself after 1941's disasters, creating deep reserves that can sustain horrific losses while maintaining offensive pressure. July 26, 1944. Limited German counteroffensive. Nordland participates in a desperate counterattack attempting to recapture positions lost in recent Soviet assaults. The operation is carefully planned, massed artillery preparation, infantry assault supported by assault guns, limited objectives to straighten the defensive line. On paper, it should succeed. In execution, it demonstrates the division's remaining capability while highlighting how far German strategic position has deteriorated. The assault guns break through Soviet forward positions. Infantry follows, clearing trenches, taking prisoners. For 12 hours, it looks like success. Then, Soviet reinforcements arrive, 2 fresh rifle divisions moved by truck from rear areas, committed to battle within hours of German attack. The reinforcements overwhelm German attackers through sheer mass. Nordland withdraws to starting positions, having briefly recaptured ground at cost of 1,200 casualties. The operation achieves tactical objectives and changes nothing strategically. August 10th, 1944. Final Soviet assault. The Leningrad front launches its final major offensive against the Narva line, committing overwhelming force to break through operation. For 5 days, Soviet armies hammered German defences with artillery and infantry assaults that exceed anything previous in the campaign. German defenders, including Nordland, resist with practiced desperation, knowing this may be the battle that breaks them. They hold for 4 days. On the 5th day, Soviet forces achieve breakthrough south of Narva, threatening encirclement of German forces in the city. Army Group North orders general withdrawal to new defensive positions in Estonia. The Narva line, held for 6 months at cost of tens of thousands of lives, is abandoned in 24 hours. September 1st, 1944. Tallinn, Estonia. The survivors of Nordland board ships for evacuation across the Baltic to Germany. They are shadows of the men who entered Narva in February. A Norwegian veteran, looking at his assembled platoon, 11 men from original strength of 42, describes the moment in a letter written years later. We looked at each other and saw ghosts. We had survived Narva, which meant we had survived something that killed most of our comrades. We felt no pride, no sense of accomplishment. We felt numb. We had held the line for 6 months. The Soviets still advanced. We had fought brilliantly. We still lost. We had given everything. It meant nothing. That was Narva's lesson. Courage does not determine outcomes when you are on the losing side of history. The Battle of Narva transforms Nordland from a formed division into a collection of survivors bound by shared trauma. The replacements who arrive after Narva join a unit where the original volunteers are now a tiny minority, where German personnel fill most positions, where unit identity is more memorial than reality. But Narva also establishes Nordland's reputation as an elite fighting force. The division held critical positions against overwhelming odds, conducted effective defence and limited offence, maintained cohesion under conditions that shattered other formations. This reputation will follow them through the war's final year, earning them increasingly desperate missions, guaranteeing they will be committed wherever situations are most dire. Narva proves that Nordland can fight. The rest of the war will prove that fighting well means nothing when strategy is hopeless, that tactical excellence cannot compensate for strategic collapse, that elite soldiers die, just as certainly as mediocre ones, when the war is already lost. Oslo, Norway, December 3rd, 1943. Lars Eriksson sits at his family's dinner table, fork frozen halfway to his mouth, staring at his mother with incomprehension. She has just told him that his younger brother Knut has enlisted in the SS. Not the Wehrmacht. Not even the Norwegian police battalions that collaborate with German occupation. The Waffen-SS. The words hang in the air like poison gas, contaminating everything. Their father, a schoolteacher who lost his position for refusing to join Quisling's teachers' organisation, sits with his head in his hands. Lars himself has been running supplies for the Norwegian resistance for 8 months, risking execution if caught. And now his brother who he taught to fish, who he defended from bullies, who looked up to him, has volunteered to fight for the Germans. The betrayal is so complete that Lars cannot process it. His mother is crying, his father is silent. And Knut is not here to defend his choice, already gone to training depots in Germany. The conversation that evening, when Knut returns on leave 2 weeks later, will be recorded in Lars's diary, a document seized after the war and archived as part of treason investigations. I asked him how he could do this, Lars writes. How he could betray Norway, betray our family, betray everything we believe. He looked at me like I was the traitor. He said I was blind, that I could not see the real threat. He said the Germans were not our enemy, that Bolshevism would destroy Norway if not stopped. He said someone had to fight, and he chose to be that someone. I told him he was fighting for the occupiers. He told me I was fighting for communists. We did not shout. That would have been easier. We spoke calmly, rationally, explaining positions that were fundamentally incompatible. And then he left. I have not seen him since. I do not know if I want to see him again. This scene, multiplied across thousands of Norwegian families, reveals the civil war dimensions of Nazi occupation. This is not a war between nations, but a war within nations, dividing families along ideological lines that will not heal for generations. Every Norwegian SS volunteer has family members who see him as traitor. Every resistance fighter has neighbours who view resistance as futile provocation, endangering civilians. The occupation has turned Norwegians against each other, creating fractures that run deeper than German rule because they exist within communities, within families, within individual consciences, struggling to determine what loyalty means when the nation itself is divided. The statistics of division are stark and revealing. Approximately 6,000 Norwegians volunteer for SS service during the occupation. Simultaneously, roughly 40,000 Norwegians participate in resistance activities ranging from intelligence gathering to sabotage to armed operations. The numbers suggest that resistance vastly outnumbers collaboration, but raw numbers obscure the psychological impact of division. Every family, every community contains both resistors and collaborators. Trust becomes impossible. Neighbours inform on neighbours. Children denounce parents or siblings. The social fabric that holds societies together dissolves into suspicion and betrayal. Norway is not unique in this. Every occupied country experiences similar fracturing. But the Norwegian case is particularly stark because collaboration was genuinely voluntary, driven by ideology rather than coercion, making the choices more deliberate and therefore more unforgivable. April 15th, 1944. The split timeline. Lars Eriksson and his resistance cell prepare to sabotage a German ammunition depot outside Oslo. They have been planning this operation for 3 weeks, gathering intelligence, mapping guard rotations, acquiring explosives from British airdrops. The operation will risk their lives and potentially trigger German reprisals against civilians, but they believe it is necessary that every act of resistance weakens the occupation and hastens liberation. At the exact same moment, 1,500 kilometers east, Knut Eriksson fights at Narva as part of the Nordland Division, holding defensive positions against Soviet assault. He also risks his life. He also believes his actions are necessary. Both brothers are brave, both follow their convictions, both believe they are defending Norway. The fact that they are fighting different enemies, serving different causes, makes their shared courage tragic rather than heroic. The German ammunition depot explodes at 2:15 in the morning. Lars and his cell escape without casualties, disappearing into Oslo's streets before German security forces arrive. The explosion destroys enough ammunition to supply a German regiment for 2 weeks. It also triggers predictable reprisals. The Germans arrest 30 Norwegians from surrounding neighbourhoods, execute 10, imprison the others. The resistance celebrates a successful operation. The executed men's families curse the resistance for provoking German vengeance. This is the moral complexity of occupation resistance. Every successful operation has consequences for innocents. Every act of defiance potentially costs civilian lives. Lars believes the trade is necessary. The families of executed men might disagree. At Narva, on the same day, Knut Eriksson's platoon repels 3 Soviet assaults. Knut functions as assistant squad leader, coordinating fire and maneuver, helping to hold a position that Soviet planners thought would fall within hours. 21 men defend against company-strength attacks, killing perhaps 60 Soviet soldiers while losing 4 of their own. Knut moves through the position during the fighting, distributing ammunition, encouraging frightened replacements, helping to evacuate wounded under fire. By any military standard, he performs admirably. By his own ideological framework, he is defending European civilization against Asiatic barbarism. By his brother's framework, he is serving evil. Both frameworks are internally consistent. Both cannot be simultaneously true. The contradiction is irreconcilable. The letters that pass between Norway and the Eastern Front reveal attempts at reconciliation that fail. Their mother writes to both sons, trying desperately to maintain family bonds despite political division. To Lars, she writes, "Your brother is still your brother, regardless of his choices." To Knut, she writes, "Your brother loves Norway as much as you do, though he shows it differently." Neither son is convinced. Lars writes back, "Knut chose to serve the occupiers. That is not a difference of opinion. That is betrayal." Knut writes from the front. Lars collaborates with communists who would destroy Norway. He calls me traitor while betraying Norwegian interests to Bolshevism. The mother keeps both sets of letters, hoping for reconciliation that will never come. These letters, discovered after her death in 1968, provide historians with intimate documentation of how ideology destroys families. Denmark experiences similar divisions, though with different characteristics. Approximately 6,000 Danes volunteer for SS service. Danish resistance, initially weak, grows stronger through 1943 and 1944, eventually numbering thousands of active participants. The Danish government maintains cooperation with German occupation longer than Norway, creating additional complexity. Some Danes see SS volunteers as patriots defending Denmark through cooperation with Germany, while resistance fighters view the same volunteers as traitors enabling occupation. Post-war, Denmark will prosecute approximately 13,400 collaborators, imprisoning over 3,000, executing 46. These numbers represent families destroyed, communities divided, reconciliation deferred. Frøslev internment camp, Denmark. May 1945. The war in Europe has ended. German forces have surrendered. In Denmark, former resistance members now serve as guards over captured SS volunteers awaiting trial. The camp holds over 5,000 Danish citizens who collaborated with occupation, including hundreds who served in Waffen-SS. The role reversal is jarring. Yesterday's occupiers are today's prisoners. Yesterday's underground resistors are today's authorities. Some guards recognize prisoners as former classmates, neighbors, distant relatives. One guard, interviewed decades later, describes the psychological complexity. "I guarded a man I knew from school. He had been 2 years ahead of me, popular, intelligent. Now he wore prisoner clothes, and I held a rifle. He asked if I would help him, if our past acquaintance meant anything. I said it meant nothing, that he had chosen his path and now faced consequences. But I felt no satisfaction saying this. I felt only sadness that occupation had made us enemies." The process of sorting collaborators into categories for prosecution reveals the occupation's complexity. Some volunteers clearly participated in war crimes and faced serious charges. Others fought only on the Eastern Front, never participating in occupation duties or atrocities. Should they be punished equally? Norwegian and Danish authorities struggle with this question. Legal frameworks emphasize treason serving enemy forces during wartime. But public sentiment often focuses on moral dimensions. Did the individual volunteer participate in occupation violence, betray neighbours, denounce resistors? The disconnect between legal charges and moral judgment creates prosecution systems that satisfy few people completely. Post-war Oslo, 1946. Lars and Knut meet on the street. Neither brother knew the other survived the war. Lars sees Knut first, recognises him despite weight loss and aged appearance. Knut wears civilian clothes, walks quickly with head down, trying to avoid recognition. Lars approaches, calls his name. Knut stops, turns, faces his brother for the first time since 1943. They stand on an Oslo street corner, pedestrians flowing around them, neither knowing what to say. Lars asks where Knut has been. Knut explains he surrendered to British forces, was held briefly, was returned to Norway 2 weeks ago. He expects prosecution, probably imprisonment. Lars says nothing. The silence stretches. Finally, Knut asks, "Can you forgive me?" Lars considers the question, considers everything that has happened, considers the dead on both sides. He says, "I do not know." Knut nods, accepts this, walks away. They will not speak again for 23 years. The reconciliation that eventually occurs between Lars and Knut is incomplete and unsatisfying. In 1969, their mother is dying. She asks both sons to come to her bedside to reconcile before her death. They agree, sitting on opposite sides of her hospital bed, holding her hands, speaking to her but not to each other. After she dies, they attend the funeral, stand together during the service, speak briefly afterward. Lars asks what Knut has done since the war. Knut explains he served 8 years in prison, worked odd jobs after release, never married, lives quietly. Lars shares that he became a teacher, has children, tried to build a normal life. They agree to meet occasionally for coffee, to maintain minimal family connection, but they never discuss the war. They never address the fundamental question of who was right. They simply accept that they chose different sides, that both paid prices for those choices, that reconciliation means coexistence rather than understanding. Thousands of Scandinavian families navigate similar fractures with varying success. Some families permanently sever relationships with SS volunteers, treating them as dead regardless of survival. Other families maintain contact but never discuss the war, building relationships on shared history that excludes the years of division. A few families genuinely reconcile, volunteers acknowledging their errors, resistors extending forgiveness. But genuine reconciliation is rare, requiring emotional labour that many cannot or will not perform. Most families exist in uncomfortable middle ground, maintaining superficial relationships while avoiding topics that expose unhealed wounds. The societal healing process takes decades and remains incomplete. Norway prosecutes 28,000 collaborators, convicting 17,000, executing 25 for war crimes. Denmark prosecutes 13,400, convicting over 3,000, executing 46. These numbers represent approximately 0.6% of Norwegian population and 0.2% of Danish population, small percentages but large enough to touch nearly every community. The prosecutions, necessary for justice, also perpetuate divisions. Every trial revives wartime conflicts. Every sentence creates families who believe justice was served and families who believe punishment was excessive. The legal process, designed to create accountability, also prevents societal forgetting that might enable faster healing. By the 21st century, the divisions have faded but not disappeared. Descendants of SS volunteers sometimes discover family history through genealogical research, confronting questions of inherited shame. Should they acknowledge their grandfather's service? Should they apologize for choices they did not make? Descendants of resistance fighters sometimes struggle with simplified narratives that present resistance as universally heroic, discovering through historical research that resistance also committed acts that trouble comfortable moral judgments. The grandchildren of brothers who fought on opposite sides sometimes meet, discussing family history with distance that their grandparents could never achieve. The divisions that split Scandinavia in the 1940s echo through generations, quieter now but never completely silent. Lars Eriksson dies in 1994, having lived a full life, raised children, taught history. His obituary mentions his resistance service, describes him as a patriot. Knut Eriksson dies in 2001, having lived a restricted life, never married, worked menial jobs. His obituary omits his SS service, describes him as a veteran. The contrast reveals how societies remember. Resistance fighters are commemorated, volunteers are forgotten. This selective memory serves national narratives but obscures historical truth. Both brothers made choices, both paid prices, both deserve to be remembered fully, neither sanitized into hero nor demonized into villain. The occupation turned brothers into enemies. Post-war memory turns enemies into footnotes. Neither transformation serves truth. The story of Lars and Knut Eriksson, multiplied across thousands of families, is Scandinavia's hidden wound, the civil war within the larger war, the fracture in the social body that is scarred but not healed. It is history that descendants would prefer to forget, but which historians insist must be remembered, because only through honest reckoning with divided families can societies understand how occupation poisons everything it touches. October 23rd, 1944, SS Führungshauptamt Inspection Report. SS Brigadier Führer Wilhelm Bittrich stands in a muddy field in Poland, watching the remnants of the Nordland Division conduct training exercises. His assignment is to evaluate the division's readiness for redeployment after Narva's devastation. His official report, preserved in captured German archives, contains phrases that simultaneously praise and condemn. Combat effectiveness, first class. Personnel quality, adequate given circumstances. Equipment status, severely deficient. Overall assessment, suitable for defensive operations in critical sectors. This bureaucratic language translates to brutal reality. Nordland is considered elite precisely because it remains functional when most German divisions have collapsed into ineffectiveness. The bar for elite has dropped so far that simply maintaining unit cohesion qualifies as exceptional performance. Bittrich's inspection reveals the gap between designation and reality. On paper, Nordland is a Panzer Grenadier Division mechanized infantry with organic armor support capable of mobile operations. In reality, the division has 12 operational half-tracks from an authorized 42, 18 assault guns from an authorized 42, 31 artillery pieces from an authorized 54. The shortages extend to everything: trucks, radios, anti-tank weapons, even rifles. Some replacements arrive at the division without personal weapons, waiting days or weeks to inherit rifles from casualties. This is an elite division, in the same way that the tallest building in a destroyed city is still the tallest by comparison to worse alternatives, rather than by meeting objective standards. The personnel situation is equally revealing. Bittrich notes that the division numbers 9,200 effectives versus authorized strength of 14,800. More significantly, he notes the composition: approximately 35% Scandinavian volunteers, 30% Reich Germans, filling command and specialist positions, 25% Estonians and other Eastern Europeans, 10% ethnic Germans from various occupied territories. This is not the ideologically pure Nordic division that SS propaganda promised. This is a multinational hodgepodge held together by German command structure and desperation. Bittrich writes carefully, The division maintains high morale despite personnel diversity. Original volunteer cadre provides leadership continuity. Integration of non-Scandinavian elements has proceeded adequately. Translation: they function despite having little in common beyond German officers and shared suffering. November 12, 1944, Training Depot, Germany. 17-year-old Peter Hansen steps off a train carrying his enlistment papers and a duffel bag containing civilian clothing. He is Danish, from Copenhagen, and he has volunteered for the Waffen-SS because his father's DNSAP connections guaranteed he would be conscripted anyway, and volunteering offered slightly better conditions. This is not ideological commitment. This is pragmatic calculation by a teenager trying to survive choices adults made for him. He has received exactly 3 weeks of basic training: how to march, how to salute, how to disassemble and clean a rifle. He has not fired a rifle in training because ammunition is too scarce to waste on practice. He has not thrown a grenade because there are no grenades available for training. He knows nothing about combat, tactics, or survival. In 2 days, he will be shipped to the Nordland Division. In 6 weeks, he will be dead. Hansen is representative of the replacements flowing into Nordland through late 1944. They are younger, average age dropping from 23 in 1942 to 19 in late 1944. They are less trained, training cycles compressed from 16 weeks to 3 or 4 weeks. They are less committed, many are quasi-conscripts pressured into volunteering rather than true believers. Most importantly, they are arriving at a division where the veteran cadre that might have trained them properly has been depleted by years of attrition. The sergeants who would teach them survival skills are dead. The officers who would mentor them are dead or promoted beyond their competence level. The institutional knowledge that preserved earlier cohorts has been fragmented by casualties. These replacements are joining an elite division that can no longer properly integrate them. A veteran Norwegian Oberscharführer named Arne Jacobsen keeps a diary recording his frustration. "I am 24 years old and men call me grandfather," he writes in November of 1944. "I have been fighting for 3 years. Of my original company of 180 men, 11 of us survive. The rest are replacements, boys mostly, who arrive knowing nothing and die before they learn anything. Yesterday we received 16 new soldiers. I try to teach them. I show them how to dig proper fighting positions, how to identify Soviet weapons by sound, how to move under fire, but there is no time. We are always moving, always preparing for the next operation. They listen to me with frightened eyes, and I see corpses who have not yet fallen. Of the 16 who arrived yesterday, I expect perhaps 3 will survive their first month." This is optimistic. The gap between veteran experience and replacement capability creates a death spiral. Experienced soldiers die or are evacuated. Replacements arrive unprepared. The division's effectiveness degrades, leading to high casualties among replacements, requiring more replacements, perpetuating the cycle. Nordland maintains higher effectiveness than average. Wehrmacht divisions that 88 out of 100 combat rating versus Wehrmacht averages of 55 to 65, but this relative success masks absolute decline. The division that fought at Narva could conduct complex defensive operations, coordinate fire and maneuver, execute counterattacks. The division of late 1944 can hold positions through sheer determination, but struggles with anything requiring sophisticated coordination. It is elite only in comparison to formations that have completely collapsed. December 8th, 1944. Division Headquarters, Poland. Division Commander, SS Brigadeführer Joachim Ziegler, briefs his regimental commanders on new orders. The division will move to central Poland, ostensibly to rest and refit, actually to position for responding to the Soviet winter offensive everyone knows is coming. Ziegler is a professional soldier, former Wehrmacht officer, who transferred to the SS for career advancement. He views his Scandinavian volunteers with professional respect and personal detachment. His briefing focuses on practical matters: fuel allocations, ammunition conservation, defensive position preparation. He does not mention ideology. He does not invoke Nordic brotherhood or crusades against Bolshevism. He speaks the language of military professionals managing scarce resources in a deteriorating strategic situation. One of his regimental commanders asks the question everyone is thinking, can we hold against the Soviet offensive? Ziegler's answer is carefully calibrated. We will hold our assigned sector as long as ordered. The division has proven capability in defensive operations. We will execute our mission. This is not confidence. This is professional acknowledgement that strategic outcomes are beyond divisional commanders' control, that their job is to execute orders regardless of broader context. Everyone in the room understands that the Soviet winter offensive will overwhelm German defences, regardless of divisional performance, that holding as long as ordered likely means fighting to destruction. No one articulates this understanding. Acknowledging hopelessness would serve no purpose except demoralization. The equipment inventories tell the story of Germany's collapse more clearly than strategic assessments. Nordland requires 600 tons of supplies, weekly, ammunition, food, fuel, spare parts to maintain minimal combat effectiveness. It receives approximately 350 tons weekly. The shortfall growing as Soviet advances, cut rail lines and Allied bombing destroys logistics infrastructure. Fuel scarcity is particularly acute. The division's vehicles operate on rationed fuel that allows movement for tactical necessity, but not training or maintenance. Half-tracks and trucks sit immobile for weeks, engines cold, batteries dead. When movement orders arrive, vehicle crews must cannibalize parts from non-functional vehicles to get others operational. One motor pool sergeant maintains a hand-drawn diagram showing which vehicles are donors, stripped for parts, and which remain potentially operational. The diagram reveals that of the division's 250 wheeled vehicles, perhaps 90 are functional on any given day. Artillery ammunition is rationed so severely that counter-battery fire is often prohibited. Soviet artillery can bombard German positions while German guns sit silent to conserve shells for direct infantry support. Anti-tank weapons are chronically scarce. Panzerfaust launchers, Germany's last-ditch infantry anti-tank weapon, arrive in numbers that allow perhaps 2 per squad instead of the 5 that tactical doctrine recommends. Small arms ammunition is adequate but not abundant, limiting training opportunities. New soldiers arrive at frontline positions having fired perhaps 30 practice rounds in training, expected to become proficient through combat experience that kills most of them before they achieve proficiency. The elite designation becomes increasingly ironic as Germany's situation deteriorates. Nordland is called elite because it still functions according to military standards, maintaining unit cohesion, obeying orders, completing missions. But these basic functions, routine for normal militaries, become exceptional in Wehrmacht of late 1944. Other divisions disintegrate into armed mobs, officers lose control of troops, units refuse orders or surrender en masse. Nordland, by simply remaining a disciplined military organisation, stands out. The division's reputation creates a deadly feedback loop. Because Nordland is considered reliable, it receives the most desperate missions, suffering higher casualties, requiring more replacements, degrading its actual capability while reputation persists based on past performance. A replacement officer arriving in December of 1944 records his impressions in letters home. I expected to join an elite formation of Nordic warriors, the way SS recruitment propaganda described. I found exhausted men holding together an organisation through willpower and habit. The Scandinavian volunteers are competent but tired beyond description. The German personnel are mostly boys and old men, the boys drafted before they could grow beards, the old men recalled from retirement. The Estonians fight desperately because they know Soviet victory means death or Siberia. The equipment is worn out, repaired multiple times, held together with improvisation. This is elite? Perhaps. Compared to Wehrmacht divisions I passed during movement, Nordland looks magnificent. But compared to what a German division looked like in 1941, we are ghosts. We maintain the forms of military organisation while the substance has evaporated. January of 1945. Soviet winter offensive begins. Nordland occupies defensive positions in Poland, knowing the offensive is coming, unable to prevent it. When the storm arrives on January 12th, it exceeds even pessimistic expectations. Soviet bombardment obliterates prepared positions. Soviet infantry attacks in overwhelming strength. Soviet tanks penetrate defensive lines, turning flanks, threatening encirclement. The division fights according to training and experience, conducting mobile defense, counter-attacking when possible, withdrawing when positions become untenable. For 2 weeks, Nordland executes a fighting retreat, suffering steady casualties, maintaining cohesion, delaying Soviet advance. The defensive operation is a textbook example of competent tactical withdrawal. It also changes nothing strategically. The Soviets advance, German forces retreat, the gap between fighting well and winning the war becomes unbridgeable. The division loses 1,800 men in 2 weeks, 20% of strength, killed, wounded, or missing. These casualties are replaced by scraped-together remnants from other shattered formations, by teenagers conscripted in occupied Denmark, by ethnic Germans fleeing Soviet advance. The replacement quality continues degrading. The division continues functioning. This is the paradox of Nordland's final year. It remains effective enough to be committed to desperate situations, suffering horrific losses, yet never quite destroyed completely, preserving itself through competence that guarantees it will be consumed piecemeal rather than annihilated in single battle. Elite status in Wehrmacht of 1945 means you die slowly rather than quickly, grinding down through attrition rather than collapsing in catastrophic defeat. It is distinction without difference. The destination is the same, only the path varies. Nordland's veterans understand this. They fight anyway, because fighting is what remains when ideology fails, and surrender is not authorized. December 17th, 1944. Company formation, Poland. The company commander, a Norwegian named Olaf Berntsen, stands before 120 men who theoretically form a cohesive unit. In reality, he sees 22 Norwegian and Danish volunteers from the original Nordland formations, 45 Estonians transferred from the dissolved 3rd Estonian SS Brigade, 38 Reich, Germans filling specialist and command positions, and 15 Flemish volunteers, transferred from the shattered 27th SS Division Langemark. They wear the same uniforms, carry the same weapons, theoretically serve the same cause. But they speak 4 different native languages, come from 5 different countries, understand Nordland in completely different ways. Berntsen attempts to give orders in German, the division's command language, and watches confusion ripple through ranks as non-German speakers struggle to understand. This is the identity crisis in microcosm. What does it mean to be the Nordland Division when most soldiers are not Nordic? The founding mythology, a brotherhood of Scandinavian volunteers defending Nordic civilization, has become operational fiction. The reality is, a German military formation with Scandinavian window dressing, filled with whoever Germany could recruit or conscript from occupied territories, the Estonians are not volunteering to defend Nordic culture. They are fighting because Soviet conquest means probable death or deportation. The Flemish volunteers are not crusading for pan-Germanic unity. They are refugees from a destroyed division assigned to Nordland because the SS had nowhere else to put them. The Reich Germans are not ideological true believers. They are Wehrmacht personnel transferred to SS to fill critical positions. Only the original Norwegian and Danish volunteers truly represent Nordland's founding purpose, and they are now a minority in their own formation. The language barriers create constant operational problems. Orders must be translated, consuming time in situations where seconds matter. Combat communications degrade into simplified gestures and shouted commands that enemy listeners can interpret as easily as intended recipients. Written orders require multiple versions: German for Germans, Estonian for Estonians, simplified German for Scandinavians, whose language proficiency varies. One operations officer tasked with coordinating company-level attacks describes the nightmare in a post-war memoir. I would issue attack orders to a mixed platoon. The German soldiers understood immediately. The Norwegian veterans understood German well enough for basic comprehension. The Estonians required translation from their Estonian NCO. The Flemish required another translation. By the time everyone understood the order, the tactical situation had changed and we needed to start over. It would be comedy if it were not getting people killed. The cultural clashes extend beyond language to fundamental assumptions about military behavior. German military culture emphasizes rigid discipline, unquestioning obedience, formal hierarchies. Scandinavian military culture, at least in its Norwegian and Danish traditions, allows more informal relationships between officers and enlisted men, permits more questioning of orders. Estonian military culture, forged in the crucible of being caught between Soviet and German occupation, emphasizes desperate improvisation and doing whatever is necessary to survive. Flemish volunteers bring yet another set of assumptions. These cultural differences create friction in routine operations. Under combat stress, they can produce catastrophic misunderstandings. An incident from January of 1945 illustrates the problem. A mixed platoon holds a defensive position when Soviet forces attack. The German platoon leader orders a fighting withdrawal to secondary positions. The German soldiers begin withdrawing in disciplined fashion, by squads covering each other's movement. The Estonian squad, lacking clear understanding of the order and conditioned by experience that Soviet breakthrough means encirclement and death, holds position to fight to the end. The Norwegian veterans, understanding the withdrawal order but seeing Estonians remaining in position, hesitate. They cannot abandon comrades even though orders say withdraw. The tactical retreat degrades into chaos. Half the platoon withdraws, half remains. Coordination collapses. The Estonians are overrun and killed. The withdrawing elements reach secondary positions depleted and demoralized. The German platoon leader files a report blaming Estonian stubbornness. The surviving Estonian NCO, in his report, blames German cowardice. Neither understands the other's perspective. Neither accepts responsibility. The mission fails and 9 men die because a multinational unit could not execute a basic tactical maneuver. The German officers commanding Nordland view the nationality problems with professional exasperation. They did not request a multinational formation. They would prefer homogeneous units speaking the same language, sharing the same culture, operating from the same assumptions. But Wehrmacht of 1945 has no such luxury. Divisions are filled with whatever manpower is available. The SS's ideological commitment to pan-Germanic brotherhood has produced tactical nightmare for officers trying to coordinate operations across language and cultural barriers. One division staff officer writes in his diary, "The political leadership wanted a Germanic SS demonstrating Nordic racial solidarity. What they created was organizational chaos, wrapped in propaganda. I command soldiers who cannot speak to each other, who mistrust each other, who have nothing in common except German officers commanding them. This is the racial brotherhood we were promised? This is madness." The Estonian contribution to Nordland is particularly significant and problematic. Approximately 3,000 Estonians serve in the division by war's end, transferred from Estonian SS formations that Germany dissolved to fill gaps in other units. The Estonians are not volunteering for Nazi ideology. Most despise both German and Soviet occupation. They fight for Germany because German defeat means Soviet return, and Soviet return means the end of Estonian national existence. This makes them simultaneously the division's most desperate fighters and its least ideologically committed members. They will hold positions beyond rational breaking points because surrender to Soviets is not an option. They will also pursue separate Estonian agendas, smuggling weapons for possible post-war resistance, maintaining Estonian identity within German structures, preparing for the survival struggle they know will follow regardless of which side wins. The relationship between original Scandinavian volunteers and Estonian additions reveals the mythology's collapse. Norwegian veteran Arne Jacobsen records an argument with an Estonian NCO in January of 1945. The Estonian questioned why Nordland maintained Scandinavian symbols and traditions when Scandinavians were minority. Jacobsen defended the division's identity. "We founded this division. Our comrades died building its reputation. The name means something." The Estonian responded, "The name means nothing. Nordland is just another German division filled with whoever Germany could conscript. Your founding mythology died in Ukraine. Accept reality." Jacobsen had no rebuttal. His diary entry concludes, "He is right. We cling to identity that no longer reflects reality. We are not Nordic crusaders anymore. We are simply soldiers in a dying army trying to survive until the end. The Flemish volunteers add another layer of complexity. Several hundred Flemish soldiers, survivors of the 27th SS Division, Langemarck's destruction, are transferred to Nordland in late 1944. They bring their own traditions, their own motivations, Flemish nationalism, desire for independence from Belgium, anti-communist sentiment. They have minimal connection to Nordic identity. Their presence in Nordland is purely administrative convenience. The SS needed to assign them somewhere. Nordland was under strength. Therefore, Flemish volunteers became Nordic through bureaucratic fiat. One Flemish volunteer, in post-war testimony, describes the absurdity. We were told we were joining a Scandinavian division fighting for Nordic civilization. None of us were Scandinavian. Most of us had never been to Scandinavia. We spoke no Scandinavian languages. But the SS did not care. They needed bodies to fill positions. We were bodies. Therefore, we became Nordic through administrative order. It would be funny, except it reflected the complete collapse of whatever ideological coherence the SS once claimed. By early 1945, Nordland's composition is approximately 30% Scandinavian, 25% Estonian, 30% Reich German, 15% other nationalities. The division maintains Scandinavian regimental names and symbols, but the reality is completely divorced from the mythology. Operations orders are issued in German. Unit traditions are German military traditions. The command structure is entirely German at senior levels, with Scandinavian officers present only in junior positions where their limited numbers allow. The Germanic SS idea that justified Nordland's creation has been thoroughly gutted by military necessity. What remains is standard German division with unusual demographic composition and vestigial Scandinavian branding. Some original volunteers attempt to preserve Nordic identity through small rituals. They maintain informal traditions celebrating Scandinavian holidays, gathering for dinner conversations in Norwegian or Danish, displaying small national symbols in personal spaces. These gestures are defiance against the reality that their ideological project has failed. But they are also pathetic middle-aged men clinging to mythology while surrounded by Estonians and Germans who view their Nordic pretensions with bemused indifference. One German officer observes these attempts in his diary. The Norwegians maintain fiction that this is a Scandinavian division, defending Scandinavian values. They are like children playing at being knights while the castle burns around them. I do not have the heart to tell them that no one cares about their Nordic identity anymore, that we are all just trying to survive until the war ends. The identity crisis reaches its logical conclusion in the war's final months. As the division is ground down in successive defensive battles, replacements arrive from increasingly desperate sources. Ethnic Germans from Romania, Hungary, Yugoslavia, men who have never seen Scandinavia, who speak German badly or not at all, who have no connection to any Germanic identity mythology, conscripts from occupied Denmark and Norway teenagers who are not volunteering for any cause but are being drafted into a formation that still claims to be volunteer-based. Even a few impressed Poles and Ukrainians, criminals offered military service as alternative to execution. By April of 1945, the question, what does it mean to be Nordland, has no coherent answer. It means being assigned to a unit that once had a distinct identity, but now is simply one more disintegrating formation in a collapsing army. The original volunteers who survived to witness this transformation respond in varied ways. Some continue insisting on Nordic identity, refusing to acknowledge that the division they joined no longer exists except as name and insignia. Others accept the transformation with resignation, understanding that military necessity has overwhelmed ideological purity. A few embrace it cynically, recognizing that Nordland's multinational chaos is perfect metaphor for the SS's failed vision of pan-Germanic unity. All of them, regardless of response, continue fighting. Not for Nordic civilization, not for racial brotherhood, not even for Germany. They fight because they are soldiers in a military organization, because stopping means death or capture, because the war continues until someone decides it has ended. The identity crisis is complete. Nordland is whatever its soldiers believe it is, and its soldiers know. Longer agree on anything except survival. January 23rd, 1945, Recruitment Depot, Copenhagen, Denmark. Jens Andersen is 16 years old and terrified. He sits in a windowless office across from two Danish DNSAP officials who speak in tones that sound encouraging but carry implicit threats. They explain that Denmark needs young men to defend European civilization against Bolshevism. They explain that volunteering for the Waffen-SS is patriotic service, that it will be noted favourably after German victory, that families of volunteers receive certain privileges. They do not explicitly say what happens to young men who refuse. They do not need to. Jens has heard stories about resistors, about families losing ration cards, about fathers losing jobs. His own father, a DNSAP member since 1941, has already signed paperwork giving consent for Jens to enlist despite being underage. The officials slide enlistment papers across the desk. Jens signs with hands that shake, knowing he has just agreed to something that will probably kill him. This scene repeats across occupied Scandinavia in the war's final months as Germany's manpower crisis becomes catastrophic. The volunteers are no longer volunteers in any meaningful sense. They are teenagers pressured by collaborationist authorities, threatened with consequences for refusal, conscripted in everything but name. The ideology that motivated earlier volunteers has evaporated. These boys are not joining crusades or defending civilization. They are being fed into Germany's collapsing war machine because Germany has consumed everyone else and now reaches for children. The age statistics tell the story. By March of 1945, 28% of Nordland Division personnel are under 20 years old. 15% are under 18. The youngest documented case is a 15-year-old Danish boy who enlists in March, reaches the front in April, dies in Berlin in May, February. 7th, 1945. Training Depot, Germany. Jens Andersen has been in the German military for exactly 15 days. His training consists of 3 weeks of compressed instruction that covers material normally requiring 4 months. He has learned to march in formation. He has learned to disassemble and reassemble a Kar-9 8K rifle. He has fired precisely 12 practice rounds, all the ammunition that could be spared for his training cohort. He has not thrown a grenade because there are no training grenades. He has not operated a Panzerfaust anti-tank launcher because the few available are being conserved for combat. He has received cursory instruction in digging foxholes, taking cover, and following orders. His instructors are a mixture of disabled veterans deemed unfit for combat and older men pulled from administrative positions. They teach what they can in the time available, knowing it is inadequate, knowing most of these boys will die quickly. The training environment reflects Germany's terminal condition. The barracks lack heat fuel as reserved for military vehicles. Food rations are minimal, 1 hot meal per day, usually watery soup with small amounts of bread. Uniforms are often second-hand, taken from casualties, poorly fitting or bearing repair patches. Boots are particularly scarce. Some recruits train in civilian shoes until boots can be taken from dead soldiers at the front. The rifles used for training are worn-out weapons deemed inadequate for combat, but functional enough for instruction. Everything is shortage, improvisation, making do with insufficient resources. These boys are training for elite SS division while eating starvation rations and wearing dead men's clothing. The veteran NCO assigned to train Jens Andersen's squad is 23 years old and looks 40. His name is Klaus Steiner, a German from the Sudetenland, and he has been fighting since 1942. He has survived the Eastern Front, been wounded twice, earned the Iron Cross Second Class, and been reassigned to training duty because his last wound left him with a limp that makes prolonged marching difficult. He looks at the 20 teenage boys in his training squad and sees corpses. He has trained replacement squads before. He knows the survival statistics. Of these 20 boys, perhaps 4 will survive their first month at the front. Perhaps 1 will survive to war's end. These are generous estimates. Steiner's training philosophy is ruthlessly practical. He ignores the official curriculum that emphasizes political indoctrination and parade drill. He teaches only what might keep these boys alive for a few extra days. He shows them how to identify incoming artillery by sound, throwing himself flat when he hears a whistle to demonstrate proper reaction. The boys think he is play acting. There is no artillery here. Steiner knows he is creating muscle memory that might save one of them. He teaches them how to dig fighting positions. Quickly, emphasizing speed over perfection because Soviet artillery makes perfectionism suicidal. He teaches them how to apply field dressings to sucking chest wounds, to tourniquets for severed limbs, knowing that medical attention at the front is minutes or hours away rather than immediate. Steiner also teaches lessons that official doctrine omits. On the third day of training, he gathers the squad in a corner of the barracks and speaks quietly. Everything they told you in the official lectures is a lie. We are not winning this war. You are not defending civilization. You are going to the front to die so that Germany can delay defeat by a few days or weeks. This is the truth. Accept it now. Men who believe we can still win freeze when reality contradicts belief. Men who accept that we are losing can focus on survival. The boys stare at him with expressions mixing shock and relief. Several had been thinking the same thoughts but did not dare articulate them. Steiner continues, "Your job is not to win the war. Your job is to survive until someone declares the war over. Stay low, stay quiet, follow veterans. If an officer orders you to do something suicidal, obey slowly enough that circumstances might change. If you are wounded, play dead until medical personnel arrive. The SS will tell you that cowardice means execution. I tell you that dead heroes are still dead. This instruction is borderline mutinous, and Steiner knows it. If reported, he could face court-martial. But he also knows these boys deserve honest preparation more than ideological purity. He cannot teach them enough to make them effective soldiers in 3 weeks. But he can teach them enough to slightly improve their odds of survival. It is the only moral action available to him using his authority to subvert official policy in service of keeping a few more boys alive a few days longer. After the war, he will remember this training cycle as his only positive contribution to the conflict. The boys he tried to save rather than the enemies he killed or the orders he followed. March 12th, 1945, Jens Andersen arrives at Nordland Division. The journey from training depot to front takes 6 days by train and truck, travelling through devastated German landscape. Allied bombers have destroyed rail infrastructure, forcing frequent detours. The trains are unheated, packed with soldiers and refugees fleeing east. Several times, Allied fighters strafe the trains, killing passengers. Jens spends hours in ditches, waiting for attacks to pass, watching bodies being pulled from train cars. He has not yet reached the front, and already he has seen more death than in his entire previous life. When his transport finally reaches Nordland sector, he finds chaos barely organised into military formation. Units are spread across multiple positions, supply is erratic. Commanders are overwhelmed managing constant movement and reorganisation. Jens is assigned to a platoon that exists primarily on paper. The official roster lists 42 men. The actual strength is 19, the others are casualties not yet replaced. The platoon leader is 22 years old, commands by virtue of being the highest ranking survivor rather than through training or competence. The platoon sergeant is a Norwegian veteran named Erik Johansen, 24 years old, who has been fighting since 1942. Johansen looks at Jens, baby-faced, thin, drowning in an oversized uniform, and sighs. Another boy to try to keep alive. Another boy who will probably die within weeks. Johansen has stopped learning names. He calls all replacements boy until they survive their first month, at which point they earn individual identity. The first combat experience shatters whatever romantic notions Jens retained. 3 days after joining his platoon, Jens experiences his first Soviet artillery barrage. The sound is indescribable, not individual explosions, but continuous roar that vibrates in his chest, makes thinking impossible. He huddles in a shallow foxhole, hands over his head, soil raining down from near misses. The barrage lasts 20 minutes, but feels like hours. When it stops, Johansen appears, pulling Jens from his hole, checking for wounds. Jens is physically intact but psychologically shattered. He has lost control of his bladder during the barrage, wet himself like a child. Johansen sees this, says nothing, just moves to the next position. Later, away from others, Johansen tells him, "Everyone pisses themselves the first time. Some throw up. Some shit themselves. This is normal. Fear is normal. Admitting fear is intelligent. Now clean yourself up and prepare for the next one. The next barrage comes 6 hours later. Jens is better prepared mentally but physically exhausted from hours of stress. The Soviet pattern is clear. Artillery bombardment followed by probing attacks, designed to identify weak points and wear down defenders. The platoon repels 2 small probing attacks during Jens's first week, killing perhaps a dozen Soviet soldiers while losing 3 men from the platoon. The combat is not Hollywood dramatic, no heroic charges, no climactic duels. It is Soviet infantry appearing from tree line, platoon opening fire, Soviets withdrawing or dying, silence returning. Jens fires his rifle during these engagements but has no idea if he hits anyone. The veteran soldiers tell him that most men never know if their shots killed enemy soldiers and that not knowing is merciful gift. The physical deterioration is rapid and severe. Jens loses 12 pounds in his first month, dropping from already thin to skeletal. The food rations are inadequate, usually bread and thin soup, occasionally preserved meat, rarely fresh vegetables. Water is whatever can be found and boiled. Sleep is interrupted 4 hours in good nights, none during Soviet attacks. Hygiene is non-existent. Jens has not bathed in a month, has lice infesting his uniform, has trench foot developing from constant wet conditions. He looks at himself and no longer recognizes the boy who left Copenhagen. That boy was soft, naive, protected by family and normal society. This creature is filthy, exhausted, old beyond his years. The transformation takes less than 8 weeks. April 9th, 1945. Jens Andersen's final day. The platoon is defending a position in eastern Germany, part of the collapsing defensive perimeter around Berlin. Soviet forces are overwhelming German positions through sheer mass, multiple armies converging, driving westward, crushing everything before them. The platoon has orders to hold until relieved. Everyone knows relief will not come. They are holding so other units can withdraw, sacrificing themselves to buy hours or days for meaningless strategic objectives. At dawn, Soviet artillery begins the bombardment that precedes major assault. The barrage is heavier than anything Jens has previously experienced. This is not probing attack, but full offensive preliminary bombardment for breakthrough operation. Johansen moves through the position during the barrage, checking soldiers, preparing for the assault everyone knows is coming. He finds Jens curled in his foxhole, shaking uncontrollably. Johansen drops into the hole beside him, shouts over artillery noise, "Boy, listen to me. You have survived 8 weeks. This means you are no longer helpless. This means you know how to fight. When the Soviets come, you shoot them. You stay low, and you shoot anything that moves toward our position. You can do this. Do you understand?" Jens nods. Cannot speak, but understands. Johansen squeezes his shoulder, the only gesture of comfort possible, and moves to the next position. The Soviet assault comes at 8:30 in the morning. Infantry in company strength, supported by 3 tanks, advancing across open ground toward the platoon's position. The German defenders fire everything they have, every weapon, every soldier. Soviet infantry fall, but more keep coming. The tanks fire high explosive shells into German positions, destroying fighting holes, killing defenders. One shell lands directly on the foxhole 3 meters from Jens, killing both occupants instantly. Jens fires his rifle mechanically, loads and fires, too frightened to think, simply executing the drilled actions. He sees Soviet soldiers falling but cannot tell if his fire causes it. The world contracts to his small section of trench, his rifle, the advancing enemy. A Soviet infantryman reaches Jens's position before Jens can react. The man jumps into the trench, bayonet fixed. Jens tries to bring his rifle up, but the Soviet is faster, bayonet striking. Jens feels cold impact in his stomach, looks down to see steel protruding from his body. There is no pain initially, just shock and incomprehension. The Soviet withdraws the bayonet, moves on to next position. Jens collapses, hands pressed to his stomach, feeling blood pouring between his fingers. He tries to scream for medic, but no sound comes. He lies in the bottom of his foxhole, 16 years old, dying in Germany's dirt, 2 months from his home in Copenhagen. Johansen finds him during the counterattack that temporarily restores the position. Jens is still barely alive, unconscious, bleeding out. Johansen performs cursory assessment, knows the wound is fatal, knows that even if medical evacuation were possible, the boy would not survive. He makes the merciful decision. He injects Jens with the entire contents of his morphine syringe, enough to stop pain and stop breathing. Jens dies within minutes, never regaining consciousness. Johansen does not know the boy's name, he never learned it, maintaining his defensive practice of not learning names until soldiers survived their first month. He removes the dog tags, adds them to the collection he carries for eventual reporting. He moves to the next casualty. This is Jens Andersen's war. 16 years of life, 3 weeks of training, 8 weeks of combat, death in an unnamed German village, in an ultimately futile defensive action. The statistics of Germany's final desperation are horrific. Nordland Division in March of 1945 includes hundreds of soldiers aged 16 to 18. Many have less than 4 weeks of training. Most have never seen combat before, assignment to frontline units. The mortality rates among these younger soldiers exceed 70%. They die at rates far higher than experienced troops, because they lack skills and instincts that veterans develop through survival. They are cannon fodder in the most literal sense, bodies placed in positions to absorb enemy fire, buying time measured in hours, dying because Germany has no one else to send. The ethical implications are damning. These are not volunteers by any reasonable definition. These are children conscripted by collaborationist authorities under pressure from German occupation. They are victims of Nazi ideology, of collaborationist governments, of families that yielded to pressure, of circumstances that gave them no viable choice. But they are also perpetrators. They wear SS uniforms, carry German weapons, fight for Nazi Germany in the war's final months. This duality cannot be reconciled into comfortable moral categories. They are simultaneously victims and participants in one of history's greatest evils. Their youth does not absolve them completely, but neither does their participation in evil negate their victimhood. They exist in moral grey space that resists simplified judgment. Johansen survives the war by days, surrendering to British forces in early May. He carries dog tags from 37 soldiers he has watched die. Jens Andersen's among them. In post-war interrogation, he is asked about the younger soldiers. His testimony is recorded in British military archives. They were children. They should have been in school. Instead, we gave them rifles and sent them to die. I tried to keep them alive. I failed most of the time. This is my contribution to the war. I helped murder children by training them well enough to reach the front but not well enough to survive it. I will carry their dog tags until I die. It is the least I owe them. The boys from nowhere, that is what the veterans called them. Boys with no military tradition, no ideological commitment, no understanding of what they were fighting for. Boys conscripted in the war's final months, trained inadequately, deployed desperately, killed efficiently. Boys whose names appear in casualty lists but rarely in histories, whose deaths contributed nothing to military outcomes, whose sacrifices achieved no objectives. Boys like Jens Andersen, 16 years old, terrified, dead in a German trench, forgotten by everyone except the veteran who carries his dog tags as memorial and accusation. The boys from nowhere went nowhere, died for nothing, are remembered by almost no one. This is their story. This is their memorial. This is the price of desperation when empires consume their children to delay inevitable defeat. February 16th, 1945. Staging areas, Pomerania. The offensive begins with fog thick enough to hide attacking forces. The Nordland Division, attached to the 3rd SS Panzer Corps, launches a counteroffensive toward Arnswald, a German town surrounded by Soviet forces. The mission is to break through Soviet lines, relieve the Arnswald garrison, and restore German defensive positions in Pomerania. On paper, the operation is tactically sound, concentrated force, striking at a Soviet salient, exploiting temporary numerical advantage, achieving limited objective. In reality, the operation is strategic futility wrapped in tactical competence. Even if Nordland achieves all objectives, it will not change the war's outcome. Germany has already lost. This offensive is buying days, not victory. But soldiers execute orders regardless of strategic hopelessness, and Nordland's soldiers are still capable of executing complex operations despite everything. The assault formations move through dawn fog, achieving complete tactical surprise. Soviet forward positions are overrun before defenders can organize resistance. Nordland's armoured groups, 18 operational assault guns supported by infantry and half-tracks, penetrate Soviet lines, driving east toward Arnswald. The first day goes better than anyone expected. The division advances 25 kilometers, captures Soviet supply dumps, cuts communication lines. By nightfall on February 16th, Nordland has punched a salient into Soviet positions, temporarily disrupting the Soviet Second Belarusian Front's operations. It is the kind of tactical success that German forces achieved routinely in 1941 and 1942. In February of 1945, it is small miracle demonstrating that competent German units can still execute offensive operations when given adequate preparation and favourable circumstances. February 18th, 1945. The advance continues. A Danish Panzer Grenadier Company leads the advance toward Arnswalde, moving through villages abandoned by fleeing Soviet forces. The company commander, a 31-year-old veteran named Lars Thomsen, has been fighting since 1942. He understands that this offensive, however successful tactically, cannot be sustained. The division has limited fuel reserves, perhaps enough for 3 more days of mobile operations. Ammunition stocks are adequate but not abundant. Replacement personnel are non-existent. Casualties suffered during the offensive cannot be replaced. Most critically, Soviet reinforcements are already moving toward the breakthrough sector. Red Army doctrine emphasizes rapid response to German counteroffensives, committing reserves to contain breakthroughs, and then counterattacking to restore positions. Thomsen knows that in 3 to 5 days, Soviet forces will overwhelm Nordland through numerical superiority, forcing withdrawal and negating all gains. But today is not that day, so today he advances. His company encounters Soviet rearguard positions, defending a village crossroads. The firefight is sharp but brief. The Soviets are low-quality rear area troops, not frontline rifle units, and they break quickly under determined assault. Thomsen's company takes the crossroads with light casualties, captures useful supplies including fuel and food. The company pauses to redistribute captured supplies, refuel vehicles, treat wounded. Thomsen looks at his men, mixture of Danish veterans, German replacements, Estonian volunteers, and feels complicated pride. They have just executed a successful attack, demonstrating competence and coordination. They have also just wasted their lives achieving an objective that will be abandoned within days. Tactical success, serving strategic failure. This is Wehrmacht of 1945 in microcosm. February 20th, 1945. Arnswalde. Nordland's lead elements reach Arnswalde's outskirts, linking up with the besieged garrison. The German troops in Arnswald have been surrounded for 10 days, suffering under Soviet artillery bombardment, running low on ammunition and supplies. The relief operation succeeds. Nordland opens a corridor, allows garrison evacuation, extracts civilian refugees. From purely military perspective, the operation achieves its objectives. The cost is acceptable by Eastern Front standards. Nordland suffers approximately 450 casualties over 5 days, destroys or damages 89 Soviet tanks, according to German claims, temporarily disrupts Soviet operations in the sector. This is the kind of operation that earns commendations and demonstrates divisional effectiveness. But civilian perspective tells different story. German refugees from Arnswalde, fleeing west through the corridor Nordland has opened, witness the reality of Germany's collapse. They have lost everything: homes, possessions, livelihoods. The Soviet occupation they are fleeing is brutal, but the German defensive operations that allowed their evacuation have also destroyed their communities through combat. One refugee, a 63-year-old woman named Margarita Klein, records her escape in a diary discovered decades later. The SS soldiers who rescued us look like they belong in hospital beds rather than battle. They are boys and exhausted men, fighting with equipment held together with wire and willpower. They tell us we are being saved. I look at burning villages and wonder what salvation means when everything is already lost. These soldiers are dying to give us a few more days of flight. Is this mercy or simply delaying the inevitable? February 24th, 1945. Soviet counteroffensive begins. Soviet commanders commit 2 fresh rifle divisions and a tank brigade to contain and destroy the German salient. The mathematical realities become brutal. Nordland faces approximately 30,000 Soviet troops supported by 150 tanks. The division numbers perhaps 6,000 effectives with 18 operational assault guns. The Soviets attack from multiple directions simultaneously, seeking to encircle German forces. Nordland transitions from offensive to defensive, attempting to hold corridor open while withdrawing garrison and refugees. The fighting becomes desperate. Soviet forces penetrate defensive lines. German counterattacks temporarily restore positions. Both sides bleed in house-to-house urban combat in Arnswalder's ruins. A Norwegian platoon commander named Erik Haugen records the fighting in letters to his family that will never be mailed. We hold a church converted to strongpoint. Soviet infantry attacks 6 times during the day. We repel 5 attacks through concentrated fire. The 6th attack succeeds through numerical weight. They simply overwhelm our position by accepting horrific casualties. We withdraw to secondary positions, counterattack at dusk, retake the church. I count 14 Soviet corpses in the church. We lost 8 men taking it back. Tomorrow we will defend it again. This is Pomerania, fighting over ruins that have no strategic value, trading lives for time, achieving nothing except delaying our eventual defeat. March 6, 1945. Withdrawal. The Pomeranian offensive has stalled completely. Soviet reinforcements overwhelm German defenders through attrition. Army Group Vistula, the higher command overseeing Pomerania operations, orders general withdrawal to new defensive lines. Nordland conducts fighting retreat through late winter mud, harassed by Soviet pursuit forces, suffering steady casualties. The division has been in continuous combat for 19 days. Every day has brought casualties. Every night has brought insufficient rest. The men are exhausted beyond description, functioning on adrenaline and discipline that is becoming brittle from prolonged stress. The withdrawal reveals the offensive's true cost. Nordland entered Pomerania with approximately 9,200 effectives. It exits with roughly 7,200, 1,800 casualties in less than 3 weeks. The division destroyed or damaged significant Soviet equipment, delayed Soviet advance by 2 to 3 weeks, rescued Arnswald garrison and thousands of refugees. By tactical metrics, the operation succeeded. By strategic metrics, it accomplished nothing. The Soviets still advance, German forces still retreat, the war's outcome remains unchanged. The 1,800 casualties, purchase time measured in days, ground measured in kilometers, objectives measured in temporary relief of surrounded garrison. Whether this constitutes success or futility depends on perspective. To Nordland soldiers, it is simply another operation completed, another mission survived, another step toward the war's inevitable conclusion. A German staff officer, analysing the operation in post-war memoir, captures the paradox. Nordland demonstrated in Pomerania everything that was right and everything that was wrong with the Wehrmacht in 1945. The division executed a complex offensive with inadequate resources, achieved tactical surprise, accomplished limited objectives, conducted effective fighting withdrawal. This represents high-quality military performance, competent planning, disciplined execution, tactical flexibility. But the operation's strategic context was completely hopeless. We were demonstrating military excellence in service of lost cause. We spent lives, fuel, ammunition, and irreplaceable equipment to delay Soviet advance by 2 weeks. In grand strategic terms, this meant nothing. The Soviets would reach Berlin in April instead of March. We sacrificed 1,800 men to buy 14 days. I cannot determine whether this represents tragic nobility or criminal waste. The soldiers themselves developed cynical clarity about the operation's meaning. A Danish veteran writes in his diary after the withdrawal, "We are told we achieved great victory in Pomerania. We broke Soviet encirclement, rescued garrison, demonstrated SS fighting spirit. These are lies wrapped in facts. Yes, we achieved tactical objectives, but we know the war is lost. We know every operation simply delays inevitable German defeat. We fight because we are soldiers, and soldiers fight when ordered. We fight because stopping means admitting that every sacrifice until now was meaningless. We fight because hope is dead, but habit persists. Pomerania was not victory. Pomerania was competently executed futility. We are very good at fighting. We are fighting for nothing. These truths coexist without resolving. The Pomeranian offensive becomes Nordland's last successful, major operation. After March of 1945, the division will fight only defensive battles and rearguard actions, bleeding continuously as Germany collapses. Pomerania demonstrates that Nordland remains capable of offensive operations, that its training and leadership allow complex maneuvers, that it can still achieve tactical success when given adequate preparation. These demonstrations are professionally impressive and strategically meaningless. The division has proven it can fight, the war has proven it cannot win. The disconnect between tactical capability and strategic impossibility defines Wehrmacht's final months' formations, demonstrating military competence while serving a regime whose defeat is mathematically certain. The refugees rescued from Arnswald scatter across collapsing Germany. Some reach western zones, falling under British or American occupation. Others are caught by Soviet advance. Experiencing the occupation, they fled. Margaretha Klein survives to write her memoir in the 1970s. The SS soldiers who rescued us from Arnswald were simultaneously our saviors and representatives of the regime that caused our suffering. This contradiction cannot be resolved into comfortable narrative. They risked their lives to extract us from Soviet encirclement. They served an evil cause. Both facts are true. I am grateful to be alive. I am horrified by what Germany became. The young men who died buying us time to flee, what do we owe them? They were victims and perpetrators, brave and complicit, human and monstrous. History will judge them as war criminals. I remember them as boys who looked terrified but fought anyway, who gave us a few more days of life even though they knew the cause was lost. This is the Pomeranian offensive's legacy: tactical competence, serving strategic hopelessness, military success achieving nothing beyond delay, soldiers dying bravely for objectives that matter only in operational reports filed in archives rather than in war's outcome. It is the Wehrmacht's final demonstration of capability, proof that German military professionalism survived even when the regime it served was collapsing into apocalyptic defeat. It is also testament to futility, showing that courage, skill, and dedication cannot alter strategic reality, that losing sides can fight well and still lose, that history does not reward tactical brilliance when strategy is bankrupt. Nordland fought well in Pomerania. Germany still lost. These facts coexist, irreconcilable, defining the final year of a war already decided by forces beyond divisional commanders' control. April 20th, 1945. Berlin's outskirts. The city is burning, not metaphorically but literally, entire neighborhoods reduced to ash by Allied bombing, fires spreading through rubble where buildings once stood. The Nordland Division enters Berlin's defensive perimeter on Adolf Hitler's 56th birthday, arriving to defend a capital that is already dying. The men who step off trucks and march through devastated streets see apocalypse made manifest. Civilians huddle in cellars, their faces haunted by hunger and terror. German soldiers from shattered units wander without purpose, some still carrying weapons, others having abandoned everything. The infrastructure that makes cities functional has collapsed. No electricity, no running water, minimal food distribution. Berlin, in April of 1945, is not a city defending itself. It is a city dying while armed men fight over its corpse. Nordland's assignment is the government quarter, Wilhelmstrasse, Potsdamer Platz, the area surrounding Hitler's bunker, and the Chancellery. This is Berlin's symbolic heart, the regime's administrative center, the place where Nazi power concentrated itself for 12 years. Now it will be the regime's grave. The division numbers approximately 4,000 effectives, roughly 1/4 of authorized strength, depleted by months of continuous combat. These 4,000 men, supported by remnants of other SS divisions and Wehrmacht units, face 2.5 million Soviet troops surrounding Berlin. The mathematics are even more hopeless than usual. The Soviets do not need tactical brilliance. They need only commit troops continuously until German defenders are overwhelmed through attrition. Time, ammunition, and lives favor the Soviets overwhelmingly. April 21st, 1945. Defensive preparations. The Nordland soldiers fortify positions in Berlin's government district. They establish strong points in buildings, the Reichstag, government ministries, apartment blocks. They create firing positions behind rubble piles, barricade streets with destroyed vehicles, mine approach routes. The work proceeds with professional competence born from years of experience constructing defensive positions under impossible circumstances, but everyone understands the futility. These positions will not save Berlin. They will simply make the Soviets pay higher price for taking what they will inevitably take. The question is not whether Berlin falls, but how many days the defense can delay Soviet victory, and how many soldiers must die in the delaying. A Norwegian platoon commanded by Lieutenant Anders Nilsen occupies a government building near Potsdamer Platz. The building was once elegant offices where bureaucrats administered empire. Now it is a fortress improvised from ruins, windows blocked with furniture, stairwells barricaded, walls reinforced with sandbags. Nilsen's platoon numbers 23 men, a mixture of Scandinavian veterans, German replacements, and Estonian volunteers. They have ammunition for perhaps 3 days of sustained combat, if they can serve carefully. They have food for 2 days. Water must be gathered from broken pipes or craters filled by rain. Medical supplies are almost non-existent. A few bandages, no morphine, no antibiotics. They are prepared to defend this position until killed or ordered to withdraw. Those are the only operational concepts remaining. Fight or die, with surrender meaning probable execution by vengeful Soviet troops. April 23rd, 1945. The Soviet assault begins. The bombardment starts at 4 in the morning. Thousands of Soviet artillery pieces concentrate fire on Berlin's defensive perimeter. The barrage is heavier than anything the Nordland veterans have previously experienced. Shells fall with such density that individual explosions merge into continuous thunder. Buildings collapse under direct hits. Fires spread through districts, creating firestorms that consume oxygen and immolate anyone caught above ground. The Nordland soldiers shelter in cellars and bunkers, enduring bombardment that makes the earth shake, that collapses walls, that buries men alive. The barrage lasts 3 hours. When it stops, the Soviet infantry and armor assault begins. The Soviet 8th Guards Army attacks Nordland's sector from multiple directions. The first assaults are reconnaissance in force, company-sized units probing for weaknesses, identifying German strongpoints, marking targets for artillery. The defenders repel these probes through concentrated fire, but the cost is ammunition expenditure that cannot be replaced. Each repulsed Soviet attack depletes German ammunition stocks. Soviet commanders understand this mathematics. They are willing to sacrifice reconnaissance companies to force defenders to expend ammunition. The calculus is brutal but effective. Soviet losses are acceptable because they have reserves. German defenders must conserve resources that diminish with every engagement. April 25th, 1945. Battle for Belle Alliance Platz. A Nordland battalion defends the intersection at Belle Alliance Platz against massed Soviet assault. The Soviets commit 2 rifle regiments, approximately 4,000 troops supported by 30 tanks. The German defenders number perhaps 300 men with 2 assault guns and limited anti-tank weapons. The engagement lasts 11 hours, grinding combat in ruins where every building is fortress and every street is killing zone. Soviet infantry advance building by building, clearing each structure through grenades and close quarters fighting. German defenders withdraw through prepared positions, counterattack when possible, extract maximum cost for every metre yielded. The fighting is intensely personal, conducted at ranges measured in metres rather than kilometres. Soldiers shoot each other from windows across streets. Grenades are thrown between buildings. Hand-to-hand combat occurs when defenders are overrun before they can withdraw. A Danish machine gunner named Henrik Schmidt fires until his barrel glows red, killing Soviet infantry attempting to cross the plaza until a Soviet tank fires directly into his position and buries him in rubble. He is dug out by comrades, still alive but with crushed legs. There is no possibility of medical evacuation. He is given morphine. Someone has hoarded a syringe for exactly this circumstance and dies within hours. This is typical rather than exceptional. Men fight until killed, wounded until they die without burial or memorial, because there is no time for dignity. April 28th, 1945. Division command post surrounded. The Nordland Division headquarters, established in reinforced basement near the Chancellery, comes under direct assault. Regimental commanders gather for emergency briefing, realise they are about to be overrun. The division commander, SS Brigadeführer Gustav Krukenberg, orders immediate evacuation. Staff officers destroy documents, grab weapons, prepare to fight as infantrymen. The headquarters unit clerks, radio operators, administrative personnel becomes infantry squad by necessity. They evacuate through subway tunnels, fighting rearguard actions against pursuing Soviet troops, emerging into different sector of the city to continue fighting. The loss of division headquarters effectively destroys Nordland as organised formation. Units continue fighting but without centralised coordination, responding to local tactical situations rather than divisional orders. Lieutenant Nilsson's platoon, still defending their government building near Potsdamer Platz, receives no orders for 36 hours. Radio contact with higher command has ceased. Runners sent to establish contact do not return. The platoon continues defending its position because defending is what they know how to do, and stopping would require making decisions about surrender that no one wants to contemplate. They have perhaps 200 rounds of rifle ammunition remaining. They have one Panzerfaust launcher. They have no food and contaminated water. Soviet forces control surrounding buildings, have cut off retreat routes. The platoon is functionally surrounded, defending position that no longer matters in battle already lost. They defended anyway because alternatives are worse. May 1st, 1945, Hitler's death and breakout decision. News reaches Nordland survivors that Hitler has committed suicide. For the ideologically committed volunteers, this should be devastating. The leader for whom they sacrificed, everything is dead, the cause is officially lost. But most Nordland soldiers greet the news with numb acceptance or relief. The war's outcome has been clear for months. Hitler's death simply makes official what everyone already knew. More importantly, his death creates permission structure for surrender or breakout attempts. While Hitler lived, orders were to defend Berlin to the last man. With Hitler dead, individual commanders can make tactical decisions about survival without fear of execution for desertion. Krukenberg orders breakout attempt for Nordland survivors. The plan is to concentrate remaining soldiers, fight through Soviet lines to reach western sectors of Berlin, surrender to Western allies rather than Soviets. This reflects calculation common among German soldiers in war's final days. Better to surrender to Americans or British, who follow Geneva Conventions, than to Soviets who have reasons for vengeance. The breakout is scheduled for the night of May 1st to 2nd, using darkness to conceal movements. Approximately 1,500 Nordland soldiers assemble for the attempt, all that remains of a division that once numbered 15,000, May 2nd, 1945. The breakout. Nilsson's platoon receives word of breakout through a runner who reaches their position after dark. They have 21 survivors, 2 have died from wounds during the day. They prepare to evacuate, destroying equipment that cannot be carried, checking ammunition and weapons. At midnight, they abandon their defensive position, moving through ruins toward rally point. Berlin at night is nightmare landscape fires, illuminating rubble, explosions, providing intermittent light, Soviet flares, revealing movement and attracting fire. The platoon moves in short rushes, taking cover, advancing when possible. They link up with other Nordland survivors at Weidendamer Bridge, the designated breakout route. The bridge crossing is slaughter. Soviet forces have anticipated breakout attempts, positioned machine guns and artillery to cover major crossing points. German forces attempting to cross-face concentrated fire. The first waves are cut down almost immediately. Subsequent waves try to advance over bodies of fallen comrades, making minimal progress before being stopped by fire. Nilsson's platoon attempts to cross with a larger group of 200 soldiers. Soviet fire kills or wounds more than half before they reach the bridge's midpoint. Nilsson takes shrapnel to the abdomen, falls, is dragged to cover by an Estonian volunteer named Tuomas Karsk. They shelter behind destroyed vehicles, waiting for dawn, knowing dawn will bring Soviet infantry to clear survivors. May 3rd, 1945, surrender. Fewer than 600 Nordland soldiers successfully escape Soviet encirclement and reach Western Allied lines. The rest are killed during breakout or captured by Soviet forces. Nilsson, wounded and unable to continue, surrenders to Soviet infantry at dawn. The Soviets separate prisoners by nationality. Germans are marched east immediately. Foreigners are held for interrogation to determine why non-Germans were fighting for Reich. Nilsson's wound is not treated. He spends 3 days in Soviet custody, wounded, without medical attention, watching other prisoners die from untreated wounds. Eventually, he is transported to prisoner camp, where his wound becomes infected. He survives due to combination of luck and constitution, eventually being repatriated to Norway in 1947 to face prosecution for treason. The statistics of Berlin are numbing. Of approximately 4,000 Nordland soldiers who entered Berlin in April, fewer than 600 escaped to Wests. The division has been effectively annihilated, 85% casualties in 2 weeks of urban combat. These losses include the division's remaining veteran cadre, the Scandinavian volunteers who survived since 1941 and 1942, the experienced NCOs and junior officers who provided continuity. The destruction of Nordland in Berlin represents the end of the Scandinavian volunteer project. The division will be officially disbanded. The survivors will be dispersed. The organisation that was founded as demonstration of Nordic racial solidarity, that fought for 4 years across the Eastern Front, that earned reputation as elite formation, ceases to exist in Berlin's ruins. A final scene captures the end. A Swedish volunteer named Lars Eriksson, one of approximately 300 Swedish citizens who served in SS forces, dies on May 2nd defending a building near the Chancellery. He is 26 years old, has been fighting since 1942, earned Iron Cross second class at Narva. He dies from Soviet sniper bullet to the head, instantaneous death, his body falling into rubble where it will remain until cleared weeks later. He will be buried in mass grave, one of thousands of unidentified corpses. His family in Sweden will not learn of his death until 1948, when Swedish authorities finally confirm his fate through German records. He volunteered for ideological reasons in 1941, believing in Nordic racial theories and anti-communist crusade. He died in Berlin for no reason beyond military orders and inability to surrender before being killed. His war encompasses the Scandinavian volunteer experience, initial ideological commitment, transformation through combat, death in service of lost cause, burial without memorial, memory preserved only in archives and histories that most people never read. Berlin is Nordland's apocalypse, the division's destruction, the volunteers' end. The final demonstration that courage and skill mean nothing when strategy is hopeless and defeat is mathematically certain. The Scandinavian volunteers who survive years of Eastern Front combat die in Berlin's streets, defending a regime that has already ceased to exist, fighting for objectives that have no meaning, dying because no one has authorized them to surrender. Their end is neither heroic nor meaningless, it is simply end. Inevitable conclusion of choices made years earlier, final payment for volunteering to fight for evil. The city burns, the soldiers die. The division dissolves. History moves forward, leaving Berlin's dead in ruins that will be cleared, rebuilt, repurposed, until nothing remains except memory contested by those who witnessed and those who interpret. Oslo District Court, October 9th, 1946. The courtroom is packed beyond capacity. Norwegian citizens fill every seat, stand along walls, crowd into hallways, trying to witness the trial of Norwegian SS volunteers. The defendants, 12 men aged 23 to 34, sit in 2 rows, facing the judges. They wear civilian clothing provided by authorities. Their uniforms were confiscated upon capture. They look diminished, smaller than the SS soldiers who marched through Oslo in German-provided uniforms years earlier. The lead prosecutor, Henrik Berg, rises to present the state's case. His opening statement is carefully constructed to balance justice with national healing. These men chose to serve Norway's enemies during occupation. They swore oaths to foreign power. They fought against nations allied with Norway's legitimate government in exile. Under Norwegian law, these acts constitute treason. We seek convictions that reflect the gravity of their choices. The trial will last 3 weeks, hearing testimony from defendants, character witnesses, military experts, and Norwegian resistance members who view the defendants as traitors. The verdicts are predetermined in public sentiment, guilty, but the sentences are genuinely uncertain. Norwegian law permits death penalty for treason during wartime. Some defendants face execution if prosecutors can prove aggravating factors like war crimes, participation, or leadership roles in recruitment. Others may receive prison sentences ranging from years to life. The trials represent Norway's attempt to create accountability through legal process, to punish collaboration while avoiding descent into vigilante violence that has erupted in other liberated countries. The defendants' testimonies reveal patterns that repeat across hundreds of similar trials. They claim they were defending Europe from Bolshevism, that their intentions were patriotic even if their methods were misguided. They claim they were young and deceived by propaganda, that they did not understand the SS's true nature. They claim they never participated in war crimes, that they were ordinary soldiers doing soldier's duty. They claim they deserve mercy because they were following orders, because they suffered in combat, because they have families who need them. These defences are legally weak. Following orders has been rejected at Nuremberg. Ignorance of organisation's nature is difficult to maintain given SS's public record, and patriotism cannot justify serving enemy forces. But the defences resonate emotionally, creating space for judges to balance justice with mercy. The prosecution's challenge is proving specific criminal acts rather than general service. Norwegian law distinguishes between serving in enemy forces, which is treason, and committing war crimes during that service. All defendants are guilty of treason by definition, but treason carries varied sentences depending on specifics. Did the defendant recruit others? Did he participate in anti-partisan operations, likely involving civilian casualties? Did he serve in occupied Norway, directly participating in occupation? Or did he fight only on Eastern Front, never returning to Norway? These distinctions shape sentencing. A volunteer who fought only in Russia and can prove he never participated in atrocities might receive 4 to 8 years. A volunteer who recruited others and participated in anti-partisan sweeps might face death or life imprisonment. The prosecution calls resistance members to testify about occupation's impact. A Norwegian woman describes how SS volunteers participated in raids arresting resistance members, how families were terrorized, how volunteers betrayed former neighbors to German security forces. Her testimony establishes that Norwegian SS service was not abstract military participation but direct collaboration with occupation. The defense attempts to impeach her testimony, suggesting she is motivated by revenge rather than truth. The judges allow the testimony to stand. This is the emotional core of prosecution, establishing that these volunteers did not fight in distant war but contributed to Norway's subjugation, that their service had direct consequences for occupied population. The defendants' families attend trial, sitting separately from the general public. A mother of one defendant weeps throughout proceedings. Her son, 27 years old, faces 8 years imprisonment for SS service. She believes the sentence is unjust. He was pressured to join. He never committed atrocities. He suffered terribly in combat. But Norwegian law and public sentiment offer no sympathy. Her son chose collaboration. He must face consequences. The mother's presence in courtroom, her visible suffering, creates uncomfortable questions. When we punish collaborators, do we punish only them or also their families? Does justice require inflicting this additional suffering? The questions are acknowledged but not resolved. Justice proceeds regardless of sympathetic families. November 2nd, 1946. Verdicts. All 12 defendants are convicted of treason. The sentences vary. 3 received death sentences commuted to life imprisonment after appeals demonstrate lack of war crimes participation beyond standard combat. 5 received sentences of 10 to 15 years. 4 received sentences of 5 to 8 years. The sentencing reflects Norwegian attempt to calibrate punishment to culpability leaders, and those with documented atrocities receive harshest penalties. Ordinary soldiers receive moderate sentences. Youngest defendants with mitigating circumstances receive lighter sentences. The families receive verdicts with mixture of relief and despair. No death sentences will be executed, this is mercy, but the prison terms mean years of separation, financial hardship, social stigma. The convicted men are transported to prisons, where they will serve alongside common criminals, their SS service, earning them no special consideration except contempt from guards and fellow prisoners. Denmark's prosecution process runs parallel with different characteristics. Denmark prosecutes approximately 13,400 collaborators, including thousands of SS volunteers. The Danish approach is more lenient than Norwegian. Most SS volunteers receive 4 to 8 years imprisonment rather than the longer sentences common in Norway. This reflects different occupation experiences. Denmark maintained functional government throughout occupation, experiencing less violent repression than Norway. Danish collaboration feels less like betrayal because Danish officials officially collaborated. This creates space for more lenient sentences. The volunteers were following their government's implicit sanction, making their treason less clear-cut than Norwegian cases. The Danish trials also confront questions of war crimes versus military service. Søren Kam, the Danish volunteer who became one of Europe's most wanted SS fugitives, faces charges of murdering Danish newspaper editor. The prosecution presents testimony, placing Kam at murder scene in 1943. Kam flees before trial, escaping to Germany, living under assumed identity for decades. His case illustrates the challenge of prosecuting war crimes versus treason. Treason cases are straightforward. Did you serve enemy forces? War crimes require proving specific acts, identifying specific perpetrators, overcoming defendants' denials, and lack of documentary evidence. Many war crimes prosecutions fail due to insufficient evidence. Kam escapes justice entirely by fleeing jurisdiction. Sweden's prosecution reveals the hollowness of its neutrality. Only 6 Swedish volunteers face trial, despite Swedish authorities having documented over 300 volunteers. The trials are perfunctory, sentences are minimal, 6 to 12 months, often suspended. This reflects Sweden's desire to maintain fiction that Swedish volunteers were aberration rather than reflection of broader Swedish calculations. If Sweden seriously prosecuted volunteers, it would need to acknowledge that it tolerated their service, that it benefited from appearing accommodating to Germany, that its neutrality was performance rather than principle. Better to pretend the volunteers barely existed, process a token few through justice system, than forget the entire episode. One Swedish trial in Stockholm, 1947, reveals the disconnect. The defendant, Erik Wallin, served in Nordland from 1942 to 1945, survived Berlin, was repatriated to Sweden. The prosecution is half-hearted. Wallin clearly violated Swedish law by serving in foreign military, but Sweden has no interest in harsh punishment. The defense argues Wallin was idealistic youth deceived by propaganda. The judges accept this framing despite Wallin being 27 years old when he enlisted. The sentence is 8 months imprisonment, suspended pending good behaviour. Wallin walks out of court a free man. The message is clear. Sweden values forgetting more than justice. The volunteers will be allowed to reintegrate into Swedish society with minimal consequences, becoming invisible, their service erased from public memory. The practical results of Scandinavian prosecutions are substantial but uneven. Norway prosecutes approximately 5,000 for SS service, convicting most, imposing average sentences of 5 to 7 years. Denmark prosecutes 3,400, convicting most, imposing average sentences of 4 to 8 years. Sweden prosecutes 6, convicting all, imposing sentences under 1 year. These statistics reveal different national approaches to collaboration's legacy. Norway treats SS service as profound betrayal, requiring serious punishment. Denmark treats it as serious crime, deserving moderate punishment. Sweden treats it as embarrassing footnote, deserving minimal acknowledgement. The differences reflect occupation experiences, political calculations, and national desires to move forward versus dwell on. wartime divisions. The death penalties used reveals additional complexities. Norway executes 25 war criminals, the most in Scandinavia, but none purely for SS membership. Executions require proof of specific atrocities beyond general service. Denmark executes 46, including several SS volunteers who participated in resistance member murders. Sweden executes none because Sweden technically was not at war and its legal system constrains capital punishment. The death penalty becomes marker of how seriously each nation treats collaboration. Norway and Denmark see it as potential capital offence when combined with atrocities. Sweden sees it as administrative violation warranting brief incarceration. By the early 1950s, most imprisoned volunteers are released. Norway grants amnesty provisions reducing sentences for those demonstrating rehabilitation. Denmark follows similar pattern. Imprisoned volunteers serve average of 4 to 5 years regardless of original sentences. The early releases reflect pragmatic recognition that continued imprisonment serves diminishing purpose, the volunteers have been punished, their service has been publicly condemned, continued incarceration costs money and prevents them from becoming productive citizens. The releases anger some resistance members who view them as premature forgiveness, others accept them as necessary for national healing. The debate continues for decades, never fully resolved. The prosecutions leave lasting scars on Scandinavian societies. Thousands of families have members imprisoned for collaboration. Communities are divided between those who view convictions as just and those who view them as excessive. The trials create legal precedents about treason, collaboration, and accountability that shape post-war legal systems. They also create suppressed memories, families who do not discuss imprisoned relatives, communities that maintain silences about who collaborated and who resisted. The trials establish official narratives of the occupation. Resistance was heroic, collaboration was criminal, but do not resolve the complex moral questions about choice, coercion, and culpability under occupation. A Norwegian judge involved in volunteer trials reflects in 1968, "We tried to create justice through legal process. We convicted men for choices they made, sentenced them proportionally to their culpability, released them when we believed they had been adequately punished. But did we achieve justice?" The volunteers suffered consequences for their choices. But consequences are not necessarily justice. Justice would require understanding why they chose as they did, acknowledging the circumstances that shaped their choices, reconciling as a society with the divisions the war created. We did not achieve that. We achieved legal accountability, which is important but insufficient. The volunteers were punished, the wounds were not healed. Perhaps some wounds cannot be healed through trials. Perhaps justice and healing are different objectives, sometimes compatible but often divergent. We chose justice. Whether we chose wisely remains contested. Cologne, West Germany. Spring of 1953. Leon de Grelle stands before 200 former Waffen-SS members gathered in a beer hall, delivering a speech that rewrites history as it is spoken. De Grelle, the Belgian fascist who commanded the SS Nordland Division, has become the volunteer movement's most vocal apologist in the post-war years. He fled to Spain after Germany's collapse, where Franco's regime granted him sanctuary. From this safe haven, he has spent 8 years constructing an alternative narrative of SS service, one that erases atrocities, emphasizes anti-communist credentials, portrays volunteers as prescient warriors who recognize the Soviet threat before Western leaders. His speech tonight follows this template precisely. We were not criminals. We were soldiers. We fought, not for Hitler, but against Stalin. History will vindicate us. The Cold War proves we were right about the communist menace. We deserve recognition as Europe's first line of defense, not persecution as war criminals. The audience applauds enthusiastically. These are not just German veterans, but Scandinavian survivors who have made pilgrimage to attend HIAG meetings. Hilfsgemeinschaft auf Gegenseitigkeit der Angehörigen der ehemaligen Waffen-SS, the Mutual Help Association of former Waffen-SS members. HIAG was founded in 1951. Ostensibly to provide mutual aid to impoverished veterans. Actually, to rehabilitate the Waffen-SS's reputation through coordinated propaganda. The organization publishes newsletters, organizes reunions, lobbies West German government for pension rights, and systematically promotes the narrative that Waffen-SS was military organization distinct from SS criminal apparatus. This is the clean Wehrmacht myth's cousin, the honorable Waffen-SS myth, built on selective memory, deliberate omission, and exploitation of Cold War politics that make anti-communism respectable. The myth-making follows predictable patterns across veteran memoirs published in the 1950s and 60s. First pattern: emphasize Eastern Front combat while omitting or minimizing anti-partisan operations. Veterans write extensively about defensive battles against Soviet forces Narva, Pomerania, Berlin. These are portrayed as honorable military operations where soldiers fought courageously against overwhelming odds. Missing from these accounts are anti-partisan sweeps, village burnings, reprisal operations. When anti-partisan warfare is mentioned at all, it is sanitized. We conducted security operations against irregular forces. The reality massacres of civilians, collective punishment, systematic war crimes is erased or presented as unfortunate but necessary responses to partisan provocation. Second pattern: claim ignorance of Holocaust and SS atrocities. Veterans insist they were combat soldiers who knew nothing of concentration camps or extermination programs. We fought on the Eastern Front. We never saw camps. We did not know what the SS was doing elsewhere. This defense requires selective amnesia. The Holocaust was not secret. Deportations occurred openly. Camps existed throughout occupied territories. Soldiers witnessed mass killings or heard about them from comrades. The systematic extermination may have been partially concealed, but the SS's criminal nature was evident to anyone paying attention. Veterans claiming complete ignorance are lying to others or themselves, constructing defensible personal narratives by erasing inconvenient memories. Third pattern: reframe motivation as anti-communist rather than pro-Nazi. Veterans retrospectively claim they joined to fight Bolshevism, not to serve Hitler. We were defending Europe from Stalin's hordes. We were Cold War warriors before the Cold War existed. Our enemies in the 1940s became the West's enemies. In the 1950s, proving we were right. This reframing is partially truthful. Many volunteers genuinely were motivated by anti-communism, but it omits the Nazi ideology, racism, and loyalty to Hitler that were equally present. Veterans in the 1950s exploit Cold War anxieties to rehabilitate themselves, positioning their SS service as prescient anti-Soviet stance rather than collaboration with totalitarian regime. A 1958 memoir by a Norwegian volunteer illustrates these patterns perfectly. The author, identified only as B.O., to protect his identity, describes his service in Nordland with language crafted to elicit sympathy. We were young men who saw the Soviet threat clearly when others were blind. We volunteered to defend Nordic civilization against Asiatic barbarism. We fought honorably against a powerful enemy, suffering terribly in conditions beyond civilian imagination. We asked for no reward, except recognition that we were soldiers doing soldiers' duty. Instead, we faced prosecution, imprisonment, societal rejection. This is the injustice we endured, punished for foresight, condemned for courage. The memoir contains 400 pages describing combat at Narva, training experiences, comradeship among volunteers. It contains 0 pages discussing war crimes, anti-partisan operations, or the SS's criminal activities. The author mentions the Holocaust once, in a single paragraph, expressing shock that such things occurred and insisting he knew nothing about them during the war. The book's publication in Norway causes controversy. Resistance veterans protest that it whitewashes collaboration, while some conservatives argue it provides important historical perspective. The controversy boosts sales. The book shapes public discourse, making the volunteer narrative available to audiences who accept it uncritically because it sounds plausible and confirms their desire to believe their countrymen were not monsters. HIAG's organisational activities systematically promote myth construction. The organisation maintains archives of veteran testimonies carefully curated to emphasise heroism and omit criminality. It publishes a magazine, Der Freiwillig, The Volunteer, filled with reunion announcements, obituaries, and articles defending Waffen-SS reputation. The magazine frames every controversy in terms favourable to veterans. When historians publish research documenting SS war crimes, the magazine responds with articles claiming the research is biased communist propaganda. When governments prosecute aging SS veterans for war crimes, the magazine portrays prosecutions as political persecution rather than justice. The consistent message is that Waffen-SS veterans are misunderstood heroes rather than war criminals, that history needs correction to acknowledge their true contributions. The Cold War political context enables this rehabilitation project. West, Germany, allied with NATO against Soviet Union, has interest in minimizing Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS criminality. Integrating former soldiers into democratic society requires allowing them to maintain personal dignity rather than forcing them to confront their complicity in atrocities. The West German government, while officially acknowledging Nazi crimes, quietly permits veteran organizations like HIAG to operate. The calculation is pragmatic. Better to allow veterans to construct face-saving narratives than risk them becoming politically radicalized or nostalgic for Nazism. The policy succeeds in preventing veteran radicalization but fails to achieve honest historical reckoning. Academic historians begin challenging veteran narratives in the 1960s and 70s. Researchers gain access to captured German archives, Soviet documents, and witness testimonies that contradict veterans' sanitized accounts. A 1968 study documents Waffen-SS participation in anti-partisan operations, using military records to establish unit presences at atrocity sites. A 1973 analysis demonstrates that Waffen-SS casualty rates correlate with periods of anti-partisan warfare, not just conventional combat, suggesting broader participation in criminal operations than veterans admit. These academic challenges face fierce resistance from veteran organizations which denounce historians as biased and politically motivated. A 1979 conference at Munich University exemplifies the conflict. Historians present research documenting Nordland Division's involvement in anti-partisan operations in Belarus. They use German military records, Soviet investigations, and civilian testimonies to establish the division's presence in areas where atrocities occurred. Attending the conference are Norwegian and Danish veterans who interrupt presentations, accuse historians of defaming honourable soldiers, insist their personal experiences contradict the documentary evidence. The confrontation becomes heated. One veteran shouts, "I was there! You read documents! I know what we did and did not do." A historian responds, "Your memory is self-serving. Documents don't forget to maintain self-image." Neither side convinces the other. The conference reveals the unbridgeable gap between veterans protecting personal narratives and historians pursuing documentary truth. The generational shift in the 1980s and 90s changes dynamics. As original veterans age and die, their children and grandchildren begin questioning inherited narratives. Some descendants discover through archival research that grandfathers' war stories omit important details. A Danish man discovers his grandfather served in unit documented as participating in reprisal killings. His grandfather always claimed to have been simple soldier fighting Soviets. The grandson confronts him with evidence. The grandfather, now in his 70s, finally, "I did things I am not proud of. I did not tell you because I did not want you to know that side of me. I was young. I followed orders. I tried to forget." The admission creates family crisis. The grandson must reconcile his love for grandfather with knowledge of grandfather's participation in atrocities. Veterans' responses to historical exposure vary widely. Some maintain denials until death, never acknowledging participation in anything criminal. These men die believing or claiming to believe that they were honourable soldiers unjustly maligned. Others eventually admit partial truths. "Yes, there were atrocities, but I personally did not participate, I only witnessed." This allows them to acknowledge reality while maintaining personal innocence. A very few admit fuller truth. They participated in criminal operations, they knew what they were doing, they carry guilt they can never fully expiate. These honest reckonings are rare because they require psychological strength to confront oneself as perpetrator rather than victim. A 1993 interview with elderly Norwegian veteran represents the honest minority. The veteran, 81 years old, dying of cancer, agrees to filmed interview with historian He describes anti-partisan operation in Belarus, where his unit burned a village suspected of harboring partisans. We were ordered to evacuate the village and destroy it. The orders were clear, no civilians were to remain. We rounded up the villagers, marched them away, burned their homes. Some civilians tried to return for possessions. We shot them. This was murder. I knew it was murder at the time. I did it anyway because I was afraid of being shot for refusing orders, because I was 19 years old and did not have courage to disobey. I have lived with this knowledge for 50 years. I am dying soon. I wanted to tell the truth before I die. Not for forgiveness, there is no forgiveness for this, but because the truth should be recorded. The veteran's confession is unusual enough to make news. Norwegian newspapers report the interview, sparking debate about whether dying veterans should be prosecuted for newly admitted crimes. Some argue that justice requires prosecution regardless of age or health. Others argue that prosecuting dying men serves no purpose except satisfying vengeance. Ultimately, no prosecution occurs, the veteran dies before legal process could begin. His confession remains in archives as example of what honest reckoning looks like, contrasting starkly with the sanitized narratives most veterans maintain throughout their lives. By the 21st century, nearly all Nordland veterans have died. The last known survivor dies in 2012, ending the possibility of direct testimony. What remains are the competing narratives. The veterans' self-serving memoirs versus historians' documentary research, versus descendants' complicated inheritances. Popular history often favors simplified narratives. Veterans were either heroes or villains. Academic history embraces complexity. Veterans were humans capable of courage and atrocity, honor and crime, genuine anti-communist belief and participation in genocide. The tension between popular simplification and academic nuance persists, shaping how the Nordland story is told and remembered. HIAG itself dissolved in 1992. Its membership aged into irrelevance. The organization's final statement claims vindication. History has proven that Waffen-SS soldiers were honorable warriors who recognized the Soviet threat before others. The Cold War's outcome validates our sacrifice. We served in uniform. We fought courageously. We deserve to be remembered as soldiers rather than criminals. This statement encapsulates the myth-making project's complete success and utter failure. Success. Many veterans lived and died believing this narrative, passing it to descendants who sometimes accept it. Failure. Historical. Consensus rejects the narrative. Documentary evidence demolishes its claims. The attempt to separate Waffen-SS from SS criminality is recognized as self-serving fiction. The myth-makers created comfort for themselves, but not truth. They constructed narratives allowing them to live with their choices, to die believing they were something other than war criminals, to leave descendants with heroic rather than shameful inheritance. These psychological needs are understandable. But understanding the need does not validate the narrative. The veterans were not prescient Cold Warriors. They were volunteers for criminal organization. They participated in war of extermination. Some committed atrocities directly, others facilitated them, all bore responsibility through organizational membership and service. The myths they constructed protect them from this truth. But the truth persists in archives, in survivor testimonies, in historical research that refuses to accept self-serving narratives at face value. The mythmakers told their stories. History records both the stories and the reality they attempted to obscure. Both exist now in permanent tension, a legacy that future generations must navigate between comfortable fiction and uncomfortable truth. Munich, West Germany, April 1967. Björn Östring, the Norwegian volunteer who enlisted in Oslo in 1941, sits in a small apartment reading a newspaper article about Norwegian SS veterans. He is 48 years old now, employed as a warehouse clerk, living alone in self-imposed exile. He left Norway in 1952 after completing his prison sentence, unable to face the society that views him as traitor. Germany, ironically, offers anonymity. Here he is, one among thousands of former SS members, unremarkable rather than notorious. The newspaper article reports that Norwegian authorities have closed remaining war crimes investigations of SS volunteers due to lack of evidence and passage of time. Östring reads this with complicated emotions. Relief that he will not face further prosecution, shame that his service remains matter of legal inquiry 3 decades later, acceptance that he made choices whose consequences he will carry until death. Estring's post-war life illustrates one trajectory for survivors: quiet exile, minimal social contact, employment below education level, life defined by avoidance rather than engagement. He never married. He believes no woman deserves the burden of his past. He maintains no contact with family in Norway. His parents died in the 1950s. His siblings want nothing to do with him. He attends no veteran reunions. He finds the myth-making repellent, the camaraderie hollow. He lives alone with memories he cannot share and regrets he cannot undo. When asked years later about his choices, he will say simply, "I was young and stupid. I believed lies. I destroyed my life serving evil. This is my penance to live, knowing what I was." Contrast Østring with Søren Kam, the Danish volunteer who becomes Europe's most wanted SS fugitive. Kam served in Nordland, survived the war, fled to Germany before Danish authorities could arrest him for murder charges. He obtained false identity papers, worked various jobs, lived quietly in southern Germany for decades. Danish authorities issued arrest warrants, requested extradition, maintained pressure on West German government. German courts consistently refused extradition, citing insufficient evidence, statute of limitations, or procedural irregularities. The real reason was simpler. West Germany protected former SS members as policy, viewing them as citizens deserving protection from foreign prosecution. Kam lived openly in Germany under his real name from the 1960s onward, giving occasional newspaper interviews where he denied all criminal allegations while acknowledging his SS service. Kam's defiance contrasted sharply with other survivors' approaches. He never expressed remorse. He never admitted wrongdoing. He maintained until his death in 2015 that he was soldier following orders, that allegations against him were fabrications, that Danish persecution was political rather than legal. His intransigence made him symbol for those who viewed SS prosecutions as unjust. Here was a man refusing to apologize for service he believed was honorable. It also made him symbol for those who believed justice was insufficient. Here was a credibly accused murderer living freely because international law and German policy protected him. When Kam died at age 94, Danish survivors of resistance movement expressed frustration that he escaped accountability. Kam's family insisted he died an honourable man, unjustly persecuted. Hans Gustav Persson, the Swedish volunteer, chose yet another path: silence. He returned to Sweden in 1945, faced minimal prosecution, resumed civilian life as accountant. He never spoke about his war service. He never joined veteran organisations. He never gave interviews. When acquaintances occasionally learned of his SS service, he would say only, "That was long ago. I prefer not to discuss it." His silence was strategic speaking, would invite judgment, risk employment, force confrontation with choices he preferred to leave unexamined. But his silence was also prison. He could never fully integrate into Swedish society because integration required sharing life experiences, and his central experience was unspeakable. He lived isolated in plain sight, known to neighbours as quiet bachelor who kept to himself. His past a gap in biography that explained his loneliness without making it less complete. Some survivors attempted genuine reckoning with their service. A Norwegian veteran named Knut Rodland, imprisoned from 1945 to 1952, spent his post-prison decades working with peace organisations and speaking at schools about the dangers of extremism. His message was consistent. I was young and ideological. I believed propaganda that told me I was defending my country. I was wrong. My service contributed to evil. Young people must learn to question authority, to examine evidence, to resist ideological seduction. I cannot undo my choices, but I can try to prevent others from making similar mistakes. Rodland's approach earned grudging respect from some resistance veterans who acknowledged his honesty while never forgiving his service. Others viewed his peace activism as self-serving redemption project that could not compensate for his crimes. The variations in post-war lives reflect different psychological strategies for managing complicity. Some chose denial, insisting they did nothing wrong, maintaining innocence, dying believing or claiming to believe they were honourable soldiers. Some chose exile, leaving Scandinavia for Germany or South America, escaping social judgment by removing themselves from societies that condemned them. Some chose silence, remaining in Scandinavia but never discussing their service, building compartmentalized lives where past and present never intersected. Some chose activism, attempting to balance moral ledgers through piecework or honest testimony about extremism's dangers. None of these strategies fully resolved the fundamental problem. They had chosen to serve evil. Consequences of that choice could not be undone. Living with that knowledge required constant psychological management. The impact on families was profound and lasting. Children of SS volunteers often discovered their father's service only after deaths, finding documents or uniforms while clearing estates. These discoveries forced confrontation with questions. Who was my father? How do I reconcile the man I knew with the SS volunteer he was? Am I responsible for his choices? One Norwegian woman, discovering in 1995 that her recently deceased father had served in Nordland, describes the revelation as shattering my understanding of my family history. My father was kind to me, loved his grandchildren, seemed like a decent man. Learning he volunteered for the SS made me question everything I thought I knew about him. Did he hide his past from shame or from lack of remorse? I will never know. This uncertainty is its own kind of torment. Grandchildren face different challenges, enough temporal distance to investigate, but no direct relationship with the veteran. A Danish researcher discovers his grandfather served in Nordland, was prosecuted for war crimes participation, served 6 years in prison. The researcher, a university student writing his thesis in 2008, gains access to trial transcripts and interviews surviving witnesses. He learns his grandfather participated in anti-partisan operation where civilians were killed. The grandfather never discussed this with family, dying in 1983 without ever explaining his service. The grandson's thesis concludes, "My grandfather made choices I find morally reprehensible. But understanding why he made those choices, the ideological climate of the 1940s, the pressures of military discipline, the human capacity for moral compartmentalization helps me understand how ordinary people participate in extraordinary evil. This does not excuse him. It does explain him." The psychological literature on perpetrators identifies common patterns in survivor narratives. First, minimization of personal role. Veterans typically describe themselves as following orders, being small cogs in large machines, lacking agency to change outcomes. This is psychologically protective. It allows self-conception as victim of circumstances rather than perpetrator of crimes. Second, moral disengagement. Veterans describe enemy civilians in dehumanizing terms or emphasize military necessity, creating cognitive frameworks where their actions seem justified rather than criminal. Third, selective memory. Veterans vividly remember experiences that cast them in positive light, protecting comrades, showing mercy to civilians while forgetting or minimizing actions that suggest criminality. These patterns are not unique to SS veterans but appear across all groups attempting to reconcile self-image with perpetration of atrocities. A minority of survivors displayed psychological integration of their experiences that is rare but instructive. A Danish veteran, interviewed in 2001 at age 86, describes his service with brutal honesty. "I volunteered because I believed Nazi propaganda about racial superiority and communist threat. I fought on the Eastern Front, where I killed Soviet soldiers and witnessed atrocities against civilians. I participated in anti-partisan operations, where we burned villages and killed people we suspected of supporting partisans. These were war crimes. I knew they were wrong at the time, but did them anyway out of fear, obedience, and ideological commitment that I no longer understand. I was convicted after the war and served my sentence. This did not erase my guilt. I have spent 60 years trying to understand how I became someone capable of those actions. The answer is that it was easier than I expected, that ordinary men can commit atrocities given sufficient pressure and ideological justification. This terrifies me more than anything. I was not monster. I was ordinary man who did monstrous things. This means anyone can become what I was. This is why my story must be told. By 2020, virtually all Nordland survivors were dead. The final survivors lived into their 90s, their numbers dwindling through the 2000s and early 2010s. Their deaths occasioned varied responses. Some obituaries mentioned SS service prominently, treating it as defining fact of their lives. Others omitted it entirely, listing only post-war employment and family connections. Some families held small, private funerals, avoiding publicity that might invite controversy. Others allowed public services where veteran organizations might attend, creating confrontations between those who viewed the deceased as honored veteran and those who viewed him as war criminal. These funeral disputes encapsulated the unresolved tension about how these men should be remembered. The archival legacy they left is substantial and contested. Many veterans donated papers to archives with restrictions. Documents could not be accessed until after their deaths, could not be quoted without permission, could be withdrawn if descendants objected. These restrictions reflect veterans' desire to control their narratives, even posthumously. Historians view the restrictions as obstacles to research and truth. Archivists navigate between veterans' wishes and public interest in historical transparency. The result is patchwork access. Some veteran papers are fully available, others are restricted indefinitely, some have been destroyed by families who preferred to eliminate evidence rather than allow research. One veteran's final testimony, recorded days before his death, summarizes the survivor experience. I am 91 years old. I have been dying for years. Soon I will be dead. This is my last chance to speak truth. I volunteered for the SS when I was 19. I believed I was defending my country. I was wrong. I participated in war crimes. I helped evil triumph temporarily. I was captured, prosecuted, imprisoned. I served my sentence. I was released. I lived another 65 years. What do those years mean? Are they redemption? Are they stolen time that should not have been mine? I do not know. I know only that I carry the weight of my choices, that it has never lightened, that I will die with it. If there is an afterlife, I expect judgment. I deserve judgment. My life is the sum of my choices. I chose evil when young. I could not undo that choice. I could only live with it. This I have done. Poorly, perhaps, but I have done it. Now it ends. I hope there is nothing after death. I am tired of remembering. Oslo, Norway, May 17th, 2019. It is Constitution Day, Norway's national holiday, and the streets fill with parades celebrating Norwegian identity. Among the celebrants are descendants of resistance fighters, carrying photos of grandparents who fought occupation. Absent are descendants of Norwegian SS volunteers. They are welcome to attend, but rarely identify themselves, understanding that their grandfather's service remains shameful rather than honourable. This absence is deliberate social construction. Norwegian memory has elevated resistance to defining national narrative, while relegating collaboration to uncomfortable footnote. The SS volunteers existed, fought, died approximately 6,000 Norwegian lives spent in German service. But public memory has edited them from prominent place in national story, acknowledging their existence while denying them dignity or commemoration. This selective memory is not unique to Norway. Every society that experienced occupation or collaboration constructs narratives that emphasize resistance while minimizing collaboration. These narratives serve important purposes. They allow nations to view themselves as victims of occupation rather than participants in occupation's crimes. They create usable pasts that support national identity. They provide moral clarity in situations that were morally complex. But selective memory also obscures historical truth. The Norwegian SS volunteers were not marginal figures. 6,000 men represent a significant portion of military-age population. Their service was not coerced, they volunteered ideologically. Their absence from public memory represents choice to forget rather than inability to remember. The debates about how to remember SS volunteers persist across Scandinavia. In 2008, a Norwegian town council debates whether to include SS volunteers' names on war memorial listing all town residents who died in war. Resistance veterans argue vehemently against inclusion. These men were traitors. They do not deserve honor. Descendants of volunteers argue for inclusion. They were our relatives. They died. Death deserves acknowledgement regardless of cause. The Council votes against inclusion, maintaining that memorials honor only those who served legitimate military forces. This decision reflects broader Scandinavian consensus. SS service disqualifies from memorialization, but the controversy reveals ongoing uncertainty about whether exclusion serves justice or simply convenient forgetting. Museums face similar dilemmas about displaying SS materials. The Norwegian Resistance Museum in Oslo's Akershus Fortress includes a small section on Norwegian collaboration. The display features National Samling propaganda, photographs of Norwegian SS volunteers, brief explanation of why Norwegians served Germany. The display's placement is revealing, tucked into corner, easily missed, much smaller than resistance exhibits. A museum curator explains the curatorial philosophy. We acknowledge collaboration occurred. We explain its motivations. But we do not give it equal space with resistance, because doing so would falsely suggest moral equivalence. The collaborators and resistors both existed, but they are not equally worthy of commemoration. The curator's logic makes sense pedagogically, but raises historical questions. If museums exist to teach history rather than honour heroes, should exhibit space reflect historical importance or moral judgment? The Norwegian SS volunteers significantly impacted occupation. They provided Germany with military manpower, legitimised occupation through collaboration, participated in combat that killed Allied soldiers. Their historical importance arguably merits more than corner display, but prominence risks appearing to honour them, which Norwegian public will not accept. The museum navigates this tension by acknowledging collaboration minimally, while emphasising resistance maximally, creating educational experience that satisfies public expectations while potentially distorting historical proportions. Educational systems face similar challenges. Norwegian school curricula mention SS volunteers briefly, usually in context of explaining collaboration's existence and motivations. Students learn that some Norwegians volunteered for Germany, that these volunteers were motivated by anti-communism and fascist ideology, that their service is considered treason. What students rarely learn is how many volunteered, what their combat experiences were, how they justified their service, what happened to them after the war. This selective education creates ignorance that serves national narrative. Students understand collaboration existed, but not its scale or complexity. The result is simplified historical understanding that reinforces desired moral lessons while omitting complicating details. Contrast this with academic history, which has moved toward more complex treatment. A 2015 academic study of Norwegian SS volunteers provides detailed analysis, recruitment methods, demographic composition, combat experiences, war crimes, participation, post-war fates. The study is scrupulously balanced, acknowledging volunteers' ideological commitment while documenting their service to evil regime, recognizing their combat competence while establishing their participation in atrocities. Academic reviewers praise the study's nuance. General public largely ignores it. This disconnect reveals the gap between professional history and popular memory. Academics pursue complexity. Public prefers clarity. Academic history serves truth. Popular memory serves identity. Both are legitimate functions, but they produce different narratives. The generational shift has somewhat changed memory politics. Younger Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes have no personal memory of occupation or SS volunteers. To them, the Second World War is distant history rather than lived experience. This temporal distance allows less emotional approach to collaboration. A 25-year-old Norwegian in 2020 views SS volunteers as historical phenomenon to be studied rather than living betrayal to be condemned. This generational change creates space for more nuanced public discussion. But it also risks forgetting why the volunteers were condemned. If younger generations never experienced occupation's trauma, they may not understand the depth of betrayal that collaboration represented. Contemporary far-right movements complicate memory politics further. Nordic countries have experienced resurgence of nationalist and anti-immigrant politics in the 21st century. Some far-right groups attempt to rehabilitate SS volunteers as misunderstood patriots who opposed immigration and defended Nordic culture. This rehabilitation is historically absurd. The volunteers fought for Nazi Germany, not against immigration, but it appeals to those seeking historical precedents for contemporary xenophobia. Mainstream historians and politicians uniformly reject this rehabilitation, but its existence reveals that memory politics remain contested terrain rather than settled history. A 2016 incident illustrates the ongoing sensitivity. A Norwegian novelist publishes historical fiction about Norwegian SS volunteer, attempting to humanize the character by showing his motivations and experiences. The novel receives harsh criticism from resistance veterans' descendants, who argue it sympathizes with traitors. The author defends his work. Understanding is not sympathy. Showing why someone made evil choices is not excusing those choices. Fiction can explore moral complexity that public memory cannot accommodate. The controversy demonstrates that even 70 years after war's end, fictional treatment of SS volunteers remains controversial, that public expectations demand condemnation rather than exploration. The question of monuments generates particular controversy. No Scandinavian country has memorial commemorating SS volunteers. Such commemoration would be politically impossible. But private memorials occasionally appear and generate outrage. In 2010, a Norwegian family erects private gravestone mentioning their grandfather's SS service. Local residents demand removal. The family argues they have right to acknowledge their grandfather's life honestly. The dispute reaches local media, where opinion divides along predictable lines. Those who believe SS service disqualifies from any commemoration versus those who believe families have right to memorialize relatives regardless of service. The gravestone remains, but without SS references, a compromise, satisfying no one completely. International memory politics add another layer. The Estonian government has commemorated Estonian SS volunteers who fought against Soviet occupation, viewing them as national resistance fighters despite their SS service. This creates diplomatic tension with Norway and Denmark, whose citizens served in same divisions as Estonian volunteers. Norwegian government cannot recognize Estonian SS volunteers as legitimate resistance without implicitly legitimizing Norwegian volunteers who served alongside them. The result is diplomatic ambiguity. Norway respects Estonian sovereignty to determine its own memory politics while declining to endorse Estonian interpretations. This reveals how World War II memory remains contested internationally, not just nationally. The descendants' perspective varies widely based on family dynamics. Some descendants learn of grandparents' SS service and immediately disavow it. My grandfather made terrible choice. I condemn his service. His choices are not my responsibility. Others feel compelled to defend or explain. My grandfather was young and deceived by propaganda. He was not evil, man. He made mistake. Still others pursue understanding. I need to know why my grandfather made these choices. Not to excuse him, but to understand how ordinary people participate in evil. These varied responses reflect different psychological needs. Some descendants require distance from grandfather's service. Others require context that makes service comprehensible. Still others require honest acknowledgement of complexity. The archival work continues, documenting volunteer experiences before final survivors die. Historians conduct last interviews with veterans willing to speak, preserve documents before families destroy them, collect oral histories from survivors and victims. This archival effort serves multiple purposes: preserving evidence for future research, documenting experiences before they are lost, creating record that resists both sanitization and demonization. The archives will outlast memory. When everyone who knew an SS volunteer personally has died, when emotional investments in defending or condemning them have faded, the archives will remain as basis for historical understanding untainted by personal stakes. A historian working on Nordland Division history in 2020 reflects on memory politics. We are at critical juncture in how these volunteers are remembered. The last survivors are dead. The last people who knew them personally are dying. Soon everyone will approach this history without personal connection. This creates opportunity for more balanced historical treatment. We can acknowledge the volunteers' ideological commitment, their combat effectiveness, and their participation in evil regime without worrying about offending or vindicating living individuals. But it also creates risk of forgetting why their choices mattered, of treating their service as morally neutral military history rather than participation in genocide and war of extermination. My hope is that future histories will achieve both complexity and moral clarity, showing the volunteers as humans who made choices while maintaining that their choices were profoundly wrong. The final scene occurs not in Scandinavia, but at the Narva battlefield in Rind, Estonia. The hill called 69.9, where Nordland fought for months in 1944, is now empty meadow. The trenches have been filled, the bunkers collapsed, the fortifications removed. Nature has reclaimed the ground where thousands died. A Norwegian historian stands on the hill in summer of 2019, holding photographs of Norwegian volunteers who died here. He has travelled to Estonia to see the battlefield, to understand the terrain, to connect abstract historical knowledge with physical space. He looks across the meadow where men fought and realises that the battlefield remembers nothing. The ground keeps no record of who was right or wrong, who fought bravely or died pointlessly. The ground simply exists, indifferent to the human dramas played out on it 75 years earlier. The historian takes photographs, records, GPS coordinates, makes notes for his research. Then he leaves. The battlefield returns to silence. This is memory, in its purest form, ground that witnessed everything and remembers nothing, leaving humans to construct memories that serve their needs rather than objective truth. The Nordland Division fought here. Men died here, history records it, memory contests it, the ground doesn't care. This is what remains. Contested narratives, incomplete archives, descendants grappling with inheritance, historians trying to extract truth from partisan sources. The volunteers are dead. Their choices echo through generations. Memory and forgetting dance together, neither achieving complete victory, both shaping how we understand a war that was simultaneously moral crusade and human catastrophe, where evil regimes were fought by imperfect allies, using means that sometimes mirrored the enemy's crimes, where volunteers for history's greatest evil believed themselves heroes, where the gap between self-perception and historical judgment measures the distance between what humans tell themselves and what they actually do. The Nordland story is this gap made concrete volunteers who saw themselves as crusaders, history that sees them as cautionary tale, memory that cannot reconcile the two perspectives into coherent narrative. And perhaps that irreconcilability is the point, the lesson, the truth, that humans are capable of serving evil while believing in good, that understanding their choices does not excuse those choices, that remembering them honestly requires holding both their humanity and their criminality simultaneously in view, without allowing either to overwhelm the other. This is the burden of historical memory. This is the task of honest reckoning. This is what we owe the past and the future. Truth without sanitization, judgment without oversimplification, memory that refuses both hero worship and convenient forgetting.